divine support has arrived.
Hey, I'm live.
I have landed among the stars. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Victory will be ours.
Hold on. Hold on.
Blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it! Oh,
Disgraceful.
rise from the ashes! Come on! Such a bull.
Ikut main TikTok stream nggak?
Who's your pretty
The fuck?
kitty? You are.
The hell? TikTok stream not win.
It's day 2 here at OWCS Bootcamp. I'm Avril with Vars here. We've locked and reloaded our batteries for day 2 with a brand new set of double A's. Vars, you were watching yesterday. Looked like some pretty fun games. What do you think of that?
I mean, who would have thought? First match, PG comes back. We go to a map 6. We go to a map 6 with the draw for the first draw of the, I guess, 2026 season, obviously though it is preseason. So I don't think that was expected, but it is a really funny way and a real fun way to start the season. I think something that really embodies boot camp a bit of like seeing our first looks at these squads and these teams in general.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, looking at the results over from yesterday, some very competitive games in there, some more one-sided games in there, typically over a lot of 3-0s, but we actually had, like you said, a 6-map starting match. DSG and Peps, the Skies Toast himself, watching over that game. I'm sure the first 2 maps he was quite pleased, and then towards the end, things started to get a little bit crazy in there, and speaking of which, Peps, who won that, will face up against the Crazy Raccoon squad within Team Falcons of Weibo Gaming. In the next match, T1 Twisted Minds to follow VP and Team Liquid to end things out.
And a lot of roster shuffles as well going into this. And, you know, Peps probably feeling great after a very big reverse sweep, like you mentioned, April. But then now they're here against Crazy Raccoon, which, you know, we sort of democratized scrimbucks leading into this event. We had a really cool initiative where all the teams were scrimming and they were live streaming those scrims, and we were taking a look at them and we say, oh, we can finally see the scrimbucks live. Well, Crazy Raccoon, the scrimbucks are low currently, but the Peps doing their first walkout, coming on out there, the French squad. I guess a little bit of French and Scandinavian here, obviously. And they had a really good showing yesterday. A very solid team across the board.
Did take a little bit of effort to get past DSG. I mean, Peps,
Aura.
talk about this roster being pretty familiar with what we remember in 2025. They wanted to sort of keep the core of the roster
Aura, man.
intact for the 2026 season, at least the beginning, to give them a fair chance to prove themselves after earning a partnership slot rather. And looking at this team, I mean, the standout player I got to talk about, Zora. He was the player of the match in their win versus DSG. Did take a little while to heat up, as did the rest of his entire team. But once he got there, Zora was server admin.
Yo, my stream
Zoro, I mean,
ain't
my teammate,
streaming,
of course,
man.
from OWCS Stockholm with our show match, so we have to drop a little bit of praise for Zoro, but you're definitely right overall. Is that Zoro looked really, really good. I think Dip, also we talked about it before we went live, is that Dip has just didn't look great, but I mean, here comes Crazy Raccoon. They've made really only one roster swap, Avril, but it is a nasty roster swap with Shu departing his roster and now with Vigilante. And this team is definitely looking to overcome some of the scrim books they have. I mean, I think they have a 31% map win rate currently from the scrim sections. But obviously, scrim books are scrim books. We should be looking at this team and evaluating their history and how good these players are.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, losing Shu is definitely a big deal. This is one of the players that, for the longest time, especially from my perspective as well, I thought that Shu was easily the best flex support in the world. Multiple seasons. Shu's pun intended, I guess, very large to fill. And, well, Vigilante is one of the key up-and-coming players that, I don't know if I can call him up-and-coming because he's been in the mix for some time, but he stepped up in here because Field is still on the other side for Falcons. So, I mean, Vigilante's about the best possible option, and that's going to speak ill of him because I think he's an amazing player, but he's going to need to really bring his A game to this Crazy Raccoon lineup now, where for Crazy Raccoon's history, they have been the winningest team in OWCS in terms of the 2 years, 24 and 25 that we've had. They haven't won a world championship yet. This might be the year for them if Vigilante can be that guy.
And I think he can. I mean, he's had fantastic showing, you know, pre-Overwatch League with T1. I think overall, like, you just look at Vigilante, and he's, I think, flown a little bit under the radar, just because how good he is, and obviously, like you talked about, filling the shoes of Shu, who is a legendary player at this point in the scene. But this team has everything they need to succeed here, and they've always had that, and I think swapping out Vigilante Shu, obviously some people think maybe that's a downgrade, maybe it's not, but realistically, they have the level of talent to win a world championship.
Yeah, they have had for a couple of years now. Certainly won a lot of majors, certainly have won a lot of other titles, and in fact, Lip at this stage, he has won the most titles across his entire career of any other Overwatch player in the professional environment. So, look at the match prediction here. Probably not a big surprise that most of the audience members watching and in the crowd going for Crazy Raccoon, and of course the Korean casters as well, given the history of Crazy Raccoon and Peps. I mean, look, they're an up-and-coming squad in terms of how good they're starting to become, but it's going to take a lot of effort to get to Crazy Raccoon's level.
Yeah, I think that's the story of OWCS, and this us trying to find these touch points of international competition is just that you can be really good within your region, and then as soon as you make it out, you're going to have to be playing against the Crazy Raccoons of the world, the Falcons of the world, you know, potentially the Zetas of the world, obviously. Like, it's just, there's so much going on outside of NA and EMEA where there's just all this talent been, you know, located. And as a note, by the way, we aren't doing the 1v1 that, you know, deciders that we were doing yesterday because of just some of the issues with the server changes, stuff like that. We're just doing a coin flip decider now, Avril, if I'm correct.
Yeah, so the coin flip decider has gone to Crazy Raccoon. They will be choosing the first map. We're skipping the 1v1s for today. Just so people understand as well, the hotfix has gone live, so all of the recent changes that just went through overnight has been applied to the games that we are playing live today. Ooh. So given that those changes were the new Season 1 heroes, and map 1 requires you to play all the Season 1 heroes, I mean, all those changes are going to be in effect and live on your screens in just a moment.
And I think those changes are all super positive, and it's also really cool that we were able to, you know, the tournament here, despite being in a physical location, just navigate around those challenges when there is that maintenance going on, and we're still get the competition, and we still get to see the hotfix changes. And in particular, I'm really interested to see, like, maybe what it does to Mizuki and his viability a bit, because they've done a lot of changes in particular to the damage output he can do, which is so central to the healing, because I feel like he's so close to being a really, really potentially meta hero, but there's just a lot of strength in that role, right, when you're competing against Lucio, Kiriko. But, you know, other changes that went through, they've, you know, did a little bit of nerf to the Jets, to Jetpack Cat, which I think, as we've seen from the first day of competition and also the scrims leading up to it, has been, the mobility of Jetpack Cat has been really rather astounding in how powerful she is to just overall navigate around the map.
Especially in the hands of star support players like we saw from Chio and Falcons yesterday, and now Churong, the other side of that coin. You know, these are the two guys I look at when I consider top main support players in the world. And, well, I mean, some due credit needs to be given over towards Funny Astro as well. He's on Twisted Minds, so he'll be playing a little bit later on during the day. He is the most recent world champion, so I think you do have to kind of include him in that conversation. But there are a certain number of top-level main support players I look at when I think about, okay, who are going to be the best Jetpack Cat players.
Sekarang spell Valentine's gimana sih? How do you spell Valentine's?
Chio is definitely, and also because, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there a bit, Avril, is that the ability, having really strong mechanical base like Shio does have, which is I think going to be very similar to potentially Chorong here, you're able to chase down and find those finishing limbs very easily. And I think with a player like Chorong, it's going to be crucial.
Crucially, we're going to get into our first map. No delays here. We're speeding directly into it. Day 2 begins now. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Peps.
Why is it so quiet?
And you see,
Okay.
oh, there it is.
Waiting for the debate you a little bit.
That's what I was waiting for. That's what I was waiting for. It was a little bit of delay with the fans in the crowd there. I was like, okay, yeah, they're coming in. The chants are coming in. Starting a little slower today, but got to get the chants out. See the roll going to be happening here. Obviously, this is the first map of the series.
Yo,
Remember,
what's
with
the
be on
quality?
The 5 new heroes that just released. It's going to be this 5v5. A little bit of Imra just moving here for Zoro, just on the flank here with that lifeline.
Of course, what we see as normal standard jetpack cap is going to be tethering teammates into the mix very early on. And Jumbin, he's been off-angled by Zoro, star player from Peps. In yesterday's game, Jumbin first blooded.
And you see here, just Willis trying to take that mega pack, get them off the point. Very good first pick there for Team Peps. And you know, something to note here is that that's not only a really good engage, but Team Peps does have a little bit of advantage of, like, they got to warm up on stage a bit, play this format a little bit ahead of time. The Crazy Raccoon, obviously, you know, they are a match team. We say that they're more of a match team. And this is the first time on stage, right? So, especially with a big meta swap up and with all these new heroes available. So it could be chances for upset as Peps holding on the point, jumping. Just gonna
Oh my god.
directly. Oh, not even gonna touch. Not letting them know that they've gone for the long lane, trying to get to the high ground.
He's been chained up pretty early though. Definitely wants to get Zoro down. The play that managed to kill him a little bit earlier on. And again, star DPS play on the side of Peps with that 5 versus 4 advantage. Going to get to convert a little bit further on. Looking like this will indeed be a Crazy Raccoon flip over. Jimmy just sneaky into the back line, flanking around the entire team. The Peps just didn't notice him. If they can get now Willis down, this should be the cap.
Menurutnya apa sih buat Vendetta? Vendetta dominant.
Right, and it shows the power. We talked a bit about how you have someone like Chorong on the jetpack cat, because Jumpin goes to the flank, sets up that early damage, and then immediately have Chorong just follow up, because you're just so mobile there on that hero to get that finishing limb. As now Team Peps looking to recontest. 16% in counting upwards here for Crazy Raccoon. There's going to be some ults coming up soon for both these squads. Expect to see some lifelines. As getting poked out here a little bit.
Change the landing once more. Coming in clutch for Mizuki plays, but looking at Willis, you're talking about the ultimates. Panopticon is going to be up first for both of our tanks, including the fact that Jumba did die in that opening fight, but he was carrying that secondary fight. Speaking of which, as you'd expect, top hit scan play in the entire world. Peps going to 4-5 versus 4 again at Peps. An opportunity to even use an ultimate here. They're just going to fall back and reset.
You see Chorong just trying to chase down some of these limbs. Not going to find anything just yet. But another really good fight for Crazy Raccoon there.
Yeah.
Dealing with the flank, getting the early pick. Now 5 ults on board. I mean, we're really getting close to a 5 ult fight. As Chorong nearly finds Dip there. Dip having to back on out. There's going to be the ult from Lip coming on in. Going to drop the heavy shot. Doesn't find anyone just yet, but Chorong, look at the flank there from Chorong.
It's on low HP though. Has to be a little bit careful of the situation. You got a lot of ultimates online. He's staying with the double so far. It's all these ultimates getting the kills, and Peps falling aside, falling asunder. Only Dip alive will get his one response, but obviously that's not going to be enough. And Peps quite literally cooked by ultimates in this particular fight, and a slow death for Dip as well. He's going to get staggered.
I mean, that determining if he's going to use it, to be fair, it doesn't necessarily. He does get the little stagger. I don't think he's going to drop that. Oh, yeah, he isn't. He's not going to use the Vermilion revival there. It'll be a little silly. As jump in here, up on the high ground, they use the tether, use the lifeline to get him up. Just make sure to pressure this. Take a lot of early poke. Maybe going to find a pick. Oh, not quite, but enough to get FD God.
Jimba's going to throw out the Panopticon anyway. Don't know who that exactly caught. Certainly can catch Zoro. Well, Zoro's going to blow himself up in mid-air. Smooth sailing from Chorong in the skies. Will just run around laps against Peps. And well, Peps might have gotten that 39% and 40% counting for the flip, but they just don't have any members alive. Crazy Raccoon have locked this one up. They might have slipped through in terms of losing the initial fight with Jimbin dying, but everything else since then has been all Crazy Raccoon.
And I mean, really, I have to point out just the usage of Chorong, right? And positioning for Jumbin, putting Jumbin in positions where they can just pressure these high angles where they normally can't get to, and having Chorong go for flanks often in the fight, especially when they have the catnap ult up, when they have the ability to just steal someone from the field and fall up from the damage. Just overall using the jetpack in a very aggressive way here for Crazy Raccoon. So Team Peps looking for some answers. They need to just ideally try to win these fights on the flank a little bit more, Avril, because when you're dealing with Onron, with Imra, you have a lot of poke. You have sort of a hero that functions in that same category as Genji and Tracer. And you just really need those fight wins.
Saw no stats there briefly as well. Chorong, he's saying a Vigilante haven't even gone down yet, so 3 completely flawless, deathless plays on the side of Crazy Raccoon. So certainly struggling earlier on. I mean, we saw that yesterday versus DSG here. I mean, reverse sweeping the skies is one thing if you're Peps. Reverse sweeping as Crazy Raccoon will be another thing altogether. Entirely different beast, but literally as well. Let's move over to the next round. Some early damage being flown through, and Chorong, well, he's just going to get right to the back line. Dip. Rushing away.
Gila.
Can he get back to spawn? Not quite.
But still, you see that damage coming out the minor perk there for the jetpack cat for Chorong, just getting the the extra burst damage, the damage over time as well.
Why does the quality suck?
A little bit of slow even to get that catch.
Hello.
Now Crazy Raccoon looking to fight the point here yet again. A lot of cap behind there for Peps as they're just poking. Willis taking a lot of early damage. He tries to go to the back. Gotta find someone, try to find someone who's advancing plays, but not gonna find anyone.
Bigog's gonna get blazed up in the back line. And Peps will once again unfortunately lose that first fight. Dip fell down first. 4 versus 5. Crazy Raccoon just collapsed on the remaining 4 members. You see the off-line angling that Chorong takes as well, flying around the back of Willis' shield. Eventually Chorong even finds a secondary pick.
Yeah, and you just see once again just these very, very enveloping fights from Crazy Raccoon. They're taking the off angles, they're going for very, very aggressive engages here with the on-run in particular, just getting that ignitions up. As the chain goes on out, not able to find anyone just yet. Chorong getting the back up here to the point. Be careful not to get picked. A little aggressive here. Or Willis are unable to follow up as Chorong goes down.
The advantage
Down by the grenade by Zoro.
This is what they need. 5 versus 4. Peps need to convert now. Still percentage points counting up for Crazy Raccoon. They are going to get Chorong back in play in short order. Peps have not moved quickly enough. If he got his ult available, we'll get people to use the catnap in time. Zoro receiving a little bit of pressure on the sidelines as well as Zerion. He's able to convert onto Heesang, but Team Peps still need to find this flip. They still need to get a few more kills on Crazy Raccoon, who don't look like they're giving up the point just yet.
No, I mean, the duels are still happening. Playing on the off angle finally is going to go out, but for Crazy Raccoon, you can be pretty happy with that. 54% on the board already. They didn't commit any ults to this fight, though, to be fair. Neither did Peps. So we're looking at a relatively equal ult fight coming on up. And so much of this is going to be determined, like we see often in the Mizuki play, where maybe Vigilante will go in, look for the binding chain to just set up an engage. Instead, it looks like it's going to be Zoro first.
Okay. Oh my god. He killed himself?
Flying directly into Zoro, forcing Zoro to potentially suicide on his own ultimates. And now at this stage, it's a 3 versus 3, but 2 supports still alive for Crazy Raccoon. Jumpin still has Panopticon available, so does Willis. Team Peps can still hold on to this one. They have more.
Peps win this.
Can they execute? What can FD God
Peps
do
win
to
this.
help Willis in this situation?
Okay.
Panopticon comes out. Willis can he get this kill onto Jumpin? That would be absolutely massive. Jumpin falls. Crazy Raccoon down to only 4 members, including the ones that saw
And that range is diabolical,
Oh,
man.
you just see the power of Domina there, right? Because you have the sustain, being gone from the damage. You have the Panopticon, and also just, wow, really good chain as well to get a late pick here. Keeping the chase going on here for Team Peps.
Catnap?
All the way in spawn.
Catnap?
Willis there on the Domina, anchoring the point, staying alive long enough to get the Panopticon out, just to mitigate more of that damage, finish up the kill. And this is very big here for Peps now. 60% on the board. Still have 2 ults available as well.
Brilliant stuff holding on as Willis and FD God. Peps staying alive best they can, but Dip didn't get the memo on that one. We'll get the revive from the ult.
Revive.
But on the other hand, we'll get Zerion down, and with all of this going on, FD God's
Oh my god, FD God going crazy.
Support or combat Willis in a little bit of trouble. As FD God looks to try and drag at least one player off, but just can't quite
what he doing?
away. Still, fraught is going to be this particular fight. 61%. Crazy can manage to flip in the middle of that one. Chorong versus FD God in the skies. Jimbin will plan to be the one to use his Panopticon this time around. And maybe Chorong will have something better luck at dragging a play away, but it might seem like it. Peps, they're still in this fight, but the flip went over to Crazy Raccoon, so Peps need to do a little bit more here. They're falling apart.
Crazy Raccoon just getting a little bit more damage there at the end. And unfortunately, I mean, FD God, I saw the idea there, right? You drop the ult. Try to take the cat or just remove Jumpin from the fight, especially when Panopticon's in play. Not able to follow up, it's okay. Cool, here on the flank, Lip. Try to find one, gonna found him. There's the peel as well, so Dip gonna go down early.
Second time we've seen Dip go down first, pre-fighted. That's not what you want to see from Peps. Given it his last fight territory now, Crazy Raccoon sitting at what is about to be the 99%. He's saying low, but still alive. Chorong versus FD God goes the way of the Crazy Raccoon instead. The Raccoon stands tall. for Team Peps. If they don't get anything else here, it is map 1 done, and it doesn't look like Peps have much left to use in the bank at all.
Oh man, Peps, come on Peps.
And Peps will fall in map 1.
Dia 3-0 guys.
Crazy
I think it's gonna be 3-0.
Shaky. Peps put up a good fight, but first map goes their way. And this is why, Avril, you know, obviously very early in the series, but don't trust the Scrimbucks wholeheartedly just yet.
Always got to trust that Crazy Raccoon is a dominant force in Overwatch esports. I mean, don't get me wrong, there will be teams that will be able to push Crazy Raccoon, and that might still be Peps later on the series. Could be the case with Peps take a little bit more time to warm up, but you know, you look at the overall rankings of teams, and I'm not just talking about the scrim rankings, I'm talking about the overall rankings historically, power levels between the regions as well. Europe might have caught up in Stockholm, but that largely was due to 2 teams from EMEA in Alcatia and Twisted Minds. And for Peps, they're still trying to break through to see if they can maybe catch up to the rest.
You win?
They have very strong talent on this squad, but I mean, really just remains to be seen where we're going to go back to a quick break and we'll be back more Peps versus Crazy Raccoon.
How long is this break? Get a drink.
내고. 나한테 알라? 탱커 잡은 끝.
I wanna get a drink.
나 파동 있어가지고 탱커 잡으려긴 했는데 200짜리만 계속 하는 거야.
2 minutes. Wait, is there no drops? No drops? Or did I just get everything? Oh, I did get everything. But, oh, then I'll just go watch on YouTube. Is the quality better? I'll just go watch on YouTube. Okay, chat. Bye bye, chat. Wait, no. No delays here.
One of us, map 1 came and went faster than some of the tech pauses we had yesterday. Of course, Peps was involved in some of those. But today, no delays here at all. Crazy Raccoon looking for a speed run in match 1.
The Peps gives and the Pep takes away. And right now, it looks like the Peps is giving and they definitely gave map 1. Though, to be fair, it was closely contested. I think overall, you just really see how important it is, especially when Domina's
Why does he have a Rubik's Cube?
Right? Waiting for Sustain to come back up, using her passive to try to get a lot more shield,
God.
popping the Panopticon to just deny value, not just also chase some of those limbs, like we saw sort of very crucial fights where Lilith was angry the point there, but also just to deny the damage in general, because Panopticon it stops that damage coming out of the bubble. So overall, I think it's really interesting to see the dominant interplay. And, you know, if we go to a deciding map, obviously Domino will be played there as well, guaranteed. So I think she's just a really interesting hero in terms of the tank lineups and how she overall just affects the flow of the game here. But obviously moving into map 2, Avril, it is going to be a slightly different format in terms of just, you know, there's not going to be required heroes. There's going to be bans, obviously still allowed, but there's going to be some regular comps across the board. Nothing required.
And looking over yesterday's games as well, careful not to read into it too much from my end, but from Willis's perspective, it did seem to me that Willis and Peps were less wanting to play into the Domina, whereas Tread on Disguise was more wanting to play in the Domina. That was kind of
keyboard miring amat.
Last map, but
Miringnya keluar lagi
as well, where Disguise was able to win those maps against Peps. To me, Peps seemed to really want to play into the Zarya, bubbling Vendetta sort of combo, playing that Vendetta. So I wonder if that's the direction that maybe Peps wants to take things in, given that due to the fact that they did lose the last map, they have map choice now, and they are choosing Esperanza.
And you know, you look at a map where we talked about it earlier yesterday, Avril, Zoro was looking really, really good on the Sojourn in particular. This is a very powerful Sojourn map. Obviously, it's not going to be like you're playing into slouches on the side of Crazy Raccoon for Peps, right? You're not just going to free like, oh yeah, we're going to play some Sojourn gameplay and just watch them and just walk over you. Obviously, you're still going to be playing into like Lip. Not going to let you run out free. But Esperanza is going to be a very heavy hit scan map here, and obviously without the new Season 1 heroes required, you might see probably some of those more standard comps that we've been seeing earlier throughout the you know, series yesterday and the series leading up to this. Vendetta, Lucio Kiriko, things like that. Probably even Zarya Diva.
So, I mean, the Tracer ban to me screams already they want to play Vendetta, because this is the hero that would take the place of Vendetta if you were not going to be playing Vendetta. He's saying, and Lip, but most likely he's saying here would have been the player actually on the Tracer position. So removing that from the equation, Dip probably doesn't want that smoke. He wants to play the Vendetta. But guess what? On the other side of things, the hero that Willis was actually piloting on this map when Peps beat Disguise on Esperanza was the Diva. Or was it Diva, Vendetta, Soj, Lucio, Kiriko? And Junbin, traditionally not much of a Diva player, so this is a nice asymmetrical ban response coming through from Crazy Raccoon.
Could be a very interesting chance as well, because I don't think we saw it yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong, Avril. Did we see any Winston at all yesterday? We definitely saw Ball, but I doubt they'll be playing Winston. Obviously, even though they do have that new sub role with the the Initiator sub role where they can get the health in the air, much more likely to potentially see a Ball, if anything, from Junbin. But also opens up without the Diva, just gives them a little bit more flexibility if they don't play in that.
I do have to announce that if Ball is chosen by Junbin, and context that Junbin is widely regarded as the best ball player in the world,
the Ball Master.
The ball multi-ball perk has been disabled due to a current bug in the game, so he won't be able to use that. One of Ball's perks is gone, which may impact the ability to play Ball. But we'll have to see if Junbin indeed wants to play that hero or not. Otherwise, it'll be standard as usual. Could just be Domino Zarya on the ground. Let's find out. Map number 2, Esperanza, on your screen.
Dip.
And there's our chance. A little bit more on time this time. I'm glad they listened to the feedback. Listen to the feedback.
Yeah, you got the crowd hotfix in there?
Yeah, we got a hotfix. Hotfix in the crowd. Hotfix here for the game itself. We're getting ready here for map 2, Esperanza, Team Peps versus Crazy.
Hanzo? What the hell?
I mean, Winston potentially. I mean,
oh my god, Dip on Vendetta again.
More likely than you think, Avril. Yeah, that is
kayak kemarin lagi nggak? Kemarin parah banget anjing. Awal-awal.
The Pharah, interesting enough. Look at this, Pharah Ashe with the Ana and Jetpack Cat. So a very interesting composition here for Crazy Raccoon. It's extremely poke heavy, but having some of that dive element there for the Winston. So I mean, you're just gonna be watching your baby playing around.
Ana, gue nyadar ada Ana. What the hell?
I mean, this really, to me, the Jetpack Cat is there to reposition both Lip and also, most importantly, Vigilante, who has no movement at all.
Parah, gue udah tadi kemarahin sih.
Parah. Against him, Zarya's not going to do anything here, so he's going to come down to the main on the rail to put Heesang at bay. Dip, meanwhile, has no impact on Heesang at all.
Yo,
Just
why is
get
the
on
quality
top
so
of that
shit,
backline
man?
as he can, and he's done that.
And you see that pick go out there on
Let me
the
check
lip
on
gets found
YouTube.
from the dive with Dip.
Dip, meanwhile, has no
Come on,
impact on Heesang at all.
Come on,
And
Jin.
this is a really, really hard comp to execute, I feel, for Virtus after, because you see the composition for Team Peps where Dip, especially because of the left click, where if you hit that third chain, it can make any blind hero just fall to the ground, right? So it's really hard to escape. You have a lot of Dia capabilities, just bubble, engage there with FD God or Zerion calling up. So I do think this is a little bit of a scary comp for Crazy Racoons, considering how immobile the backline is, and also just how many resources Heesang and Dip both need to survive this Vendetta dive in particular.
Chorong just needs to do a really good job of keeping Vigilante alive here. I mean, Vigilante's going to have his work cut out for him. Lep, if he goes uncontested, that's exactly what's going to happen. He will nail your backline. Vigilante even finding Sorrow here. This is a great fight for Crazy Raccoon. Stuck in small corridors. Lep completely concealed by the terrain of the map itself. And now a stagger onto
Stagger. Oh,
That's
man,
mean,
it's a brutal
man.
Stagger too. FD God goes down, followed like 10, 5, 6 seconds later. Maybe even 6, 7 seconds, perhaps.
You
Perhaps
just
now.
named about like 7 different numbers there, but we'll go with it.
Sorry, there's
One of those numbers was correct.
Numbers are important. Numbers are very important here. Is now Crazy Raccoon
Somewhere
set up
between
here
1
trying to
and
get this first
29
checkpoint.
seconds, yeah.
Yeah, just list out every number till I get the one I want, pretty much. But it is going to be rush available here from Zerion. Not too far behind. It's Dip in the bubble. Pressure up, has to drop on down, and Nano Boost is up. You're Vigilante, so there is an opportunity here to just maybe save someone there with that. Yeah, that rush might be on lip here to keep up. No, it's going to be jumping.
And a boost on Junbin though, he's saying still uncontested. This is what he does best, one of the few plays that will bring out the flyers unconventionally. I mean, Echo is available, but how badly does Dip want to go into that territory with Team Peps in general? Zoro still needs to be the primary member to try and take care of Heesang when and if possible. But he's also responsible for dueling lip long range as well, so he's got multiple things he needs to do. And well, guess what, folks? You can attempt to stagger his Zarya, and it's been successful.
That's a brutal stagger. And also, I mean, props to Heesang here, who, an overall DPS player that has been so elite during their time in the OWCS. But I mean, just playing Pharah into a Sojourn, Kiriko, and a Vendetta with, limited ability to get peeled forward. Really, a lot of it's on the jetpack cap to just follow Heesang around. And he gets 3 with no barrage there off the rush engage from Zerion there, right? So I do think that's, I mean, Heesang just an incredible play.
Kind of making the Pharaoh work, man.
Zoro's opportunity. He wants to find Heesang, but Heesang's gone first. Stuck in a small room. Rocket barrage in close range. Bob doing something in the back lines. I'm sure being
Oh my
dragged
God,
around
the
here
Bob.
actually by Chorong to just find extra targeting. Dip's got Vigilante in response with FD God supporting on the sound barrier. Payload, by the way, moving up to 19 meters now. Still some ultimates left to play from the Crazy Raccoon side. Willis will drop down the grab onto Jumpin. Still primals his way out into safety, but maybe the rest of his team not so lucky. Zerion taking 2 down is going to give Peps the necessary comeback potential to stop this push and prevent it from reaching triple digits.
Really good find there from Willis too, and the split from Team Peps post beat, making sure they stay alive there. And because FD God just circles around the walls there a bit too, they could have been a little bit nastier where Jumpin could have maybe got another exit, a limb just coming into this next fight. But because FD God circled around the drain a bit on the top of the ceiling, was not able to be found that early. But Crazy Raccoon will make themselves back, and especially with Jetpack Cat, you do have the ability to reset these fights pretty quickly here. So it gives you the opportunity to fight, make sure the bot will not go too much further.
Not a lot of great space to use Jetpack Cap catnap ability in terms of the ult until you get close to the edge. You have to sort of get closer to the actual cap point itself to drag somebody off, otherwise it's just used for repositioning the enemy. It's trying to reposition himself until he gets to maybe use the Sundering blade of Peps currently. Sooner Rush should be the first protocol.
And just playing it slow, Rush going to be available, Rush is going to be used there. There's the engage there and just running in the front, but everyone in Crazy Raccoon, they knew they were waiting for this Rush. They were trying to just wait it out, back on up. That's exactly what they're going to do. And now, here comes the re-engage.
Again, an Owen.
Trying to find one. Gotta find it.
What the? Oh my God!
Actually
You
moved
got
over
2?
to Freya, but he's gone down all this
3?
tip. He's just going to take 3 with him. He's been waiting
4?
to sunder that blade on top of Crazy Raccoon, and he'll do
Damn.
so to great effect. Dip, masterful looking on this particular
5.
vendetta today. Is that a 5k in fact?
He got a
Possibly
5k?
coming through from Dip, carrying his team through, waiting in the sidelines, and he strikes perfectly.
And you talked a bit about how, the comfort of some of the players on the new heroes. Obviously, Vendetta, not that new, but Crazy Raccoon not necessarily been an adopter of Vendetta necessarily. Like, obviously, they're playing a very, I would say, somewhat unconventional comp into this. And Vendetta's just still so strong. Even with some of the changes here in the hotfix, right, where they reduced the amount of lifesteal that could be gotten from the minor perk, in particular from the Siphon. Very, very sustainable, very mobile. can find these insta picks here on the flank. As Willis just playing here on the bot. Dip trying to go to the back line. Again, there's the peel though.
And unfortunately, soundbound from Iftigo doesn't catch Dip. He was stuck in this small room on the side trying to chase down Lip on the other side. That's right, Lip and Dip on opposite teams here. He's saying
Lip
falls in the
and
middle of
Dip.
that fight, unfortunately. See if this bomb can do some work. Being dragged around by Churong once
He's
again.
doing it.
Yep, target priority. FD and Willis, no escape. And FD, or rather, Churong might even convert further off the back of using
Look at him,
that
he's
bomb.
laughing. He was smiling. He was smiling there at the end of that. He dropped a slide with a smile. Because, I mean, you know, you can just move the bomb around and bob. It might be in a player. I mean,
Oh damn. Holy shit.
Shoots, little mobile.
Gila aimnya.
But now Crazy Raccoon bringing the bot on back. And now with sub 4 minutes here, Admiral, still very winnable for Team Peps, right? But it starts to get a little scary. It starts to get a little scary here, just in terms of the amount of fights you're going to have to win. Very variable, very doable though for Team Peps here, especially when they're close to the rush, close to the grab.
Yeah.
With Crazy Raccoon, just have to make sure not to get caught early, and yep, there it is.
That's the thing. Lip off angling here, but no support from any Churong, Cats, or Vigilante that have supplied the nano boost. Lip has only got that one coach gone. The double barrel coach is disabled in terms of perks because there's a bug in there as well. Nano now onto Visang.
Nano Farah.
Back on his signature Sombra. See if he gets back in time.
did.
Zora trying to get away. On his Freya dashing away, but
My God,
unfortunately
Visang
his
get
rockets are
through?
looking pretty clean. He's got
Damn.
1. He's traded his own life, but has he done enough here? Because Willis on the Churong means Team Peps have actually got a play advantage.
Yeah, I mean, managed to get the 2 there at the end, but they committed the nano. The rest of the team just kind of gets walked over as, you know, Vendetta, Dip here, just getting to walk forward and find some of these lips here. They're relatively squishy, not able to deal with the sustain. As Lip is now, like I said, on the Sombra, maybe looking for opportunities to just lock down Dip in particular, and he's a sustain on the Pharah.
I actually think this is what it is. You have Zora moving
Oh,
to Freya
he
to
missed
sort of
that.
counter the fire of Heesang, and the Lip moves
Anjir,
to Sombra to
Lip
counter
on
the Freya
Sombra.
on Zora. Sombra has
Ang
more
High
the
Dragons.
traditional Freya counters we saw in our Giga Freya meta, if you remember that. Zora under a little bit of pressure now to see if he can get away, but the grab's going to come on through, catch a few members of the high ground. FD God's going to make use of that
No,
advantage.
wasted all.
It's a little late to combo through for the Graviton Surge, but in the case, Peps will get their 1-player advantage and move on.
I mean, they still have bot. They have the 1-player ad. Gonna make it here through the choke yet again. And still holding on to some ults. They're gonna have the beat available. Jump in, looks to go for the engage. A lot of damage. Double juice. FD God gonna have to pop it. Yep. But they're gonna win this fight off that. FD God does not go down. The bubbles were good. Got the primal out, and so for Peps, they get to keep the bot moving here.
They can flip as well. 82% in counting. Jimbin's used his primal rage, but largely to get away, keep his life intact as well. Lips nearing that EMP. We'll see how effective that ends up being. Likely that will go onto the backline and or Zoro, but if Zerion's paying attention, you could see that Suzu come into play. Some low HP numbers here. Willis is purpled out as well, but still alive for now. Zoro trades 1-for-1 so
EMP?
far. Losing the tank is not great. Zerion the only one caught by the EMP. Can there be more? FD got onto Choron. Crazy Raccoon actually falling. Jimbin's going to go down.
Holy
here as
shit, what
well
the-
as Lip.
Damn,
They're
they
gonna get the
want
flip.
that?
A minute left to play through. We talk about this being winnable for Team
Holy
Peps.
shit.
The Peps are going to push this one to 110 and even further.
Oh, the sustain is so good in the room
Gila
after there
sih.
because FD God alive, relatively healthy. Dip hard to take down because you have that Vendetta sustain, you have the blocks coming out. Well, and there's no, they just couldn't finish up the limbs. Couldn't get a kill there.
Gila loh, mereka nggak ada
And now
hits kan,
Team Peps have
but
the
they're
advantage,
making it
sub
work.
1 minute in the bank here.
Like how?
They are gonna have double support.
Oh my god.
Now, but the trade is just as big. Dip on the lip again. Dip has just been such a monster in this battle. He is
No,
going to get
Dip
taken down
is
eventually,
dead.
but time is running out. Crazy Raccoon, even if and when they do, in fact, win this fight, they're starting on their own side of the map, which is not where they want to be. Late kill on a couple of members.
Oh, is he not
Willis
dead?
Still getting kills here. I don't think
Oh my
Peps
God.
can win this fight, especially if he got down.
What the fuck?
The extra
Okay.
late deaths will cost Crazy Raccoon time that they do not have.
15 seconds,
Oh,
I
and
don't think they got this,
Lip dies at the
guys.
very end as well.
No
The
way.
Bolt. I mean, Zoro there getting an incredible amount of limbs. Willis and Zoro there making sure that there isn't a lot of extra time. They don't have a lot of extra positioning. So we're in an OT situation. They can't leave the bot. The ults are good here for Crazy Raccoon, but Peps have an opportunity. They have a chance.
There's
They're
no way
not
they
too
win
far
this.
away as well from Vendetta ult. They're gonna have the possibility to just get that Sunrise Blade and just cleave through some of that damage, some of that that nano. There's the engage.
Oh, okay, there's a chance they win this.
Melt away and Crazy Raccoon find the fight they were looking for. Now they still might be one more fight to play through. Look, going down is absolutely massive.
Okay, they might win this.
Maybe done enough here. 2 players down allows Team Peps now to respawn as 5 against only 3. But can they get there in time? Just about. I think the bot's not going to quite reach that mark to get the flip yet. Crazy Raccoon desperately need to get the last 2 players into line. Chorong, as Jetpack Cat, has that tether to drag, I believe it's left into battle.
And everyone's here. They are still going to have Jetpack Cat available here. Jumping, holding onto the primal. Zoro here. Watch this guy. Zoro. Tishi might be able to get the pick. Gets the pick.
Okay.
And that's a huge pick right there, right off the start. Zoro still
Oh
another.
my god, Zoro.
Zoro's going absolute sicko mode right now. Peps might just be able to do this. Jumpin hasn't got enough left in tank. Vichy's got FP.
Oh no, he missed all his shot. Okay, he missed his sleep.
So much more, and Zoro's is absolutely
Win.
not.
Team
Crazy
Peps.
Racoon, sit down. Peps,
Holy
1
shit.
to 1.
Incredibly good swaps right now. That's, I mean, the Freya pick. What a smart swap from Zoro. Zoro, you talked a bit about how yesterday looked really, really good in the server versus Disguise. Looked fantastic here. Did Vendetta as well, still paying dividends. This team, I mean, playing so well on the composition. Paper Racoon, I mean, playing a slightly unconventional comp, I would say, what you would expect with this team a lot in the meta. Trying to play their strengths. And to points, I think it really worked, right? He's saying was getting around a lot of the pressure that was available, but as soon as the Freya comes out, I mean, he's saying it's just a lot less free because Freya's just so good at dueling other flyers. And so I do think Crazy Racoon just holding a bit under the weight of just the comp swaps there. Team Peps.
And remember, Freya's been nerfed as well. To take aim, the right-click damage has gone down. So the capability to get those taps and to get those kills has just dropped. But yeah, I mean, I talked about the fact that is there going to be some sort of adaptation coming through from Peps that deal with this fire? I was thinking maybe it could be Dip looking over towards the Echo, but of course, maybe it just comes through from Zoro instead. So just one thing, Freya is great into the fire as shown. What I didn't expect is what he did in the rest of that fight, taking down so many
I'm gonna
other
go get a
members
drink,
to
guys. Be right
absolutely
back.
carry his team. play here. If
I'm
Crazy
back.
Raccoon, widely
I'm
regarded
back.
as, I guess, the best dive team in the world, if not among the top 2, if Germany cannot make Winston work in this meta, I don't know that any other team can. So it was a bit of a risk for Crazy Raccoon to lean into the Winston as much as they did, paid the price for that one. Shambali Monastery going to come out now. We're going to be playing a ground map, favoring Domina, favoring the Zarya.
Yes, definitely been seeing a lot of them on this map, and particularly if you're playing things like Lifeline 2, you have the opportunities to do some interesting Lifeline plays with the Jetpack Cat, where you can just bring them on around the flank, just drop a Domina into the backline or maybe a DPS. So definitely some options here around Max, and like you said, Admiral, we're going to be seeing, much more likely going to be seeing Zarya and Domina, but also an opportunity potentially to see some D.Va come out. You know, we have seen D.Va work for this map. We've seen it very good, just like clearing out the high ground. But definitely a bit of a change for Crazy Raccoon is immediately banning the Vendetta here, which I think makes a lot of sense. It seems like there's just not really a hero that they've been trying to focus on too much. We haven't seen them play it a lot of, and just getting it out of Dip's hands.
Yeah, well, Dip was definitely quite the player on that for our previous series, but also this previous map as well in Esperanza. You see that Dip's impact a number of opening kills.
Langsung di ban
to
anjir.
prevent any sort of a double flex situation in terms of the backline of Crazy Raccoon. Vigilante obviously has the capability to go towards the Illari, and pretty popular on this map for certain teams. With the Illari gone, Lucio back becomes quite popular. Wu Yang is quite popular on this map as well. Dip is going to have to start leaning something like Tracer. Heesang would love to drag Dip into Tracer battle, but I have a funny feeling that Heesang might lean into the Flyers again. Echo and Farah both pretty playable on this map.
Yeah, it's definitely an opportunity, but I mean, also when you bring out the Flyers, it brings up the chance for Zora to potentially bring out the Freya again, right? Just try to bring that down. Freya's still relatively pretty good, honestly, on Shambali Monastery. So there's some options for both these squads heading into the map. And I have no doubt that they might try to force the Wuyong for Chorong, because they love putting Chorong on, whether it be Jetpack Cat or Wuyong, you know, opportunities where he can use his mechanics to just, you know, get extra pressure, get extra damage. And so this is a very, very good map for Crazy Raccoon. We are heading into next map here in the series. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Peps. Peps has the momentum so far.
And Avast, I don't think it's even just the momentum that's important, but also the belief. A lot of playing up against teams like Crazy Raccoon is believing that you are good enough to win. Sounds silly, but Crazy Raccoon are this kind of overwhelming force in terms of reputation of how good they are. You saw the armor crack last year in Stockholm when they were defeated by 2 other EMEA teams, and for Peps it's important for them to know, hey, we're from the same region as OWCS and Twisted Minds. They could beat Crazy Raccoon. We just took a map off of them, a good looking map too. Let's continue that now.
A little peek for Lip, just going to be checking a bit early, then swapping back to the Sojourn. Max now heading to the D.Va, and he's saying actually on the Echo. So you're right, he's saying definitely looking to go towards a bit of a flyer situation right now.
Swapped off unfortunately, but
yeah. Oh no, he's saying Echo. Well, goodbye. Never mind then.
so not going to be shown just yet. He was thinking about it, but like I said, it is viable, certainly. Crystal Charge will be putting a little bit of damage into Lip for the time being, as if you got marking that flank. If you remember, we did see some strats yesterday coming through from Chio and Hanbin, flying over the tank Domina, over that upper wall. Max is of course on a D.Va, so you don't have to worry about that. Team Peps making sure they tease across and eyes dotted, etc. Payload has largely moved forward. The first high ground's been given up.
Yeah, and I love the idea here of just, you know, remove a Tracer on the flank, make them back up, then use the D.Va to push Lewis out a bit. The Domina, you know, sometimes struggles a bit against that pressure, even though it has she has a stalwart perk of it, or rather several. You're gonna push them away, get them away from their shield. Now Crazy Raccoon moving here through main. But right now, Zoro just looking to find a pick, has full rail available, potentially looking, not gonna find it.
I have a problem with Peps giving away a little bit too much space here. Lip in a little bit of trouble, does get Suzu'd and healed and topped up. Taylor is essentially on the final precipice now. If you got and Zoro both take a bit of damage, and Peps need to find an opening here because they're giving up way too much ground. If you got to get Chorong down, that's important, but it's instantly traded. Zoro still going to be taken down by Max, who just dives to the backline unimpeded, uninhibited, and that looks like what Crazy Raccoon will be doing to the point. The Peps can't stop this push. Not enough real players here. If you got, does he think about dragging any players off the map? Who's he got?
What the hell is that?
He tried to get Max. He didn't really end up getting anyone, but during that time, Vigilante goes down. So a lot of heals off still right now. Crazy Racoon gonna use the bomb. Max initially gonna go down, knocking it back in mech. It's now Peps winning that fight, and it looked to be a pretty decent fight going in for Crazy Racoon.
Damn,
They had the split going on,
Peps.
but Peps now equalizing.
Pepsi
Now
Max.
gonna be available. Gonna be worrying about the rush, and this is a potential opportunity where Zeren has to be very aware of where he's gonna pop the window here, right? Because Bap, you know, you have some options to get up vertically, but not as good at escaping, especially when the rush is available. You have to be making sure that you're not gonna get, you know, just run down, especially by Max. And he's saying this Pep's trying to bow back a little bit, give themselves a little bit of space to use this window.
I have to be careful about Max eating up the Panopticon as well. Window out first. Crazy Racoon will hold for the time being. Max off angling, showing his presence in the side room. But for the double ult situation, Crazy Racoon can double ult here, throwing 7 more percent. It will be all over. And
They ate Panopticon!
on the Panopticon
They ate
as
it!
called. Max
Wah, anjir,
on point.
dimakan.
And Willis, unfortunately, will get caught lacking here. Crazy Racoon, simple as that with Cafe.
Oh man, is that our first Panopticon, Avril? I think it might be.
is.
I think
I've
it is.
seen some missed Panopticons, and I think a Sigma yesterday might have eaten it, but it might not have shown up in the kill feed. But that's the first one that showed up in the kill feed.
Well, it's definitely the first Diva for sure on the Panopticon, and it is just funny to see because it is, you know, it's a projectile, so you can stop it. Just a fun little moment there because they're really hoping the Panopticon was going to anchor the point there. The rush, a little strong. Zero now back onto the Kiriko. So a little bit more here, pretty much a mirror matchup now from these squads. Azura holding on to the overclock. It is available. And the inside there is early stab there, rather use.
Instantly marked, by the way.
Beat you.
Max is on point for getting Zoro down in terms of the defense matrix. Chorong with just the extra survivability coming through on the sound barrier. Insurance policy available for Crazy Racoon, and now they're going to really capitalize the lit. To get some players down himself. They have a player advantage, but it's going to be equalized. Zoro on a disruptor shot will prevent Left from getting any more rail shots up. This is going to be a slowdown from Crazy Racoon as Willis freshly swapped onto his own Diva, pressuring out the rest of CR, and well, Peps will actually hold Zoro once again. He's saving Date that one disruptor shot.
Yeah, Zoro has just continued to be a staple here for Peps, just keeping them, just getting those very, very crucial picks, staying alive at those key moments. Dip, he's saying just fighting here on the flank, trying to get a little bit of extra space, potentially maybe find an opening to set the engage. Just Crazy Racoon come up here through main, walking up board. Max gonna go really deep.
Crazy Racoon certainly know who the hard carry on Peps is so far. Max trying to stay alive. Let's have a remake available in the self-destruct when required. Peps is falling apart quite quickly at this stage as Lip is making short work of their team, taking no prisoners. Max is still going to be forced to use the self-destruct to secure this point with Zero and Willis being the only ones alive. Willis going to try and delay this point a little bit longer. Can he get back into mech? That's going to really set the stage for whether Peps can stay on this point for any longer. Zero will give up his life to use the Kitsune Rush, but largely Peps still only members alive. They're going to lose mech again if they're not careful.
Goon corner, what the fuck?
Rush gonna be over. Now Peps still trying to anchor. FD God holds onto a beat. He is very, very low.
A good corner.
Very scared to use here. Does not want to Ajax. Is gonna pop it. They get the frag there onto Vigilante. Now they anchor on the point. They have it sustained. And Peps with a beautiful recontest there after. I mean, just absolutely beautiful there. They bowed back in the main. I mean, the early aggression coming out from Crazy Racoon, just Max and Lip going so deep to find those early limbs before they had support ults. I love the idea, but they just couldn't clean up fast enough near the point. And Zero giving his life there to commit the rush.
Props to FD God.
Stay on. Yeah,
I mean,
Zerion
throwing out his ultimate as he goes down to sort of give his team a little bit more extra to play through, but FD God surviving on 1 HP as low as he did, still managed to get the beat out without Ajax to get away. Giving Peps so much needed time to hold on. Now dropping this below 1 minute for Crazy Racoon, who again will have double support ultimates. It's going to be a big test. Chorong in first. Vigilante, you'd imagine, will follow through soon. Lip might not even have to use this overclock when he earns because if he got falls, have a Crazy Racoon, if they can just win this one with just the 2 ultimates, pretty cheap for them, pretty good. Well, it's still keeping things alive as best he can, but I don't know that it's going to be enough for Peps to be able to survive this one. Cap is shortly about to come on through.
Oh, okay. A little bit of the toss there, the pulse bomb, but I mean,
Zoro,
they lost.
Anjir masih touch demi apa?
So now Zoro making it back into the overclock.
What the
This
fuck?
could be a loss here. This could be a hold.
I mean, there's no time. 15 seconds. Zoro comes back in. He has the overclock available. Crazy Racoon just had to respect that they didn't have anything to contend with it. Max still doesn't have mech, by the way. Max is still in baby Diva form, and there's no time. He can't go back to spawn. He can't reset. He's going to get back into combat right now. This is terrible for Crazy Racoon. He's gone over towards Bolt. It's just
they're touching again?
And Lip, he's in combat, but he has no tank. Max still has to get back into combat. Lip isn't getting any kills. He doesn't see any targets. Shooting into the Matrix. Willis is about to get self-destruct once again. He's currently trying to mark as many points
oh
as he
no,
can.
he too?
Vigilante. Zerion will also have ultimate soon.
Jangan
Crazy
C9,
Racoon,
jangan
they
C9.
need anymore. Lift delivers at least the one.
C9.
Get more Eastang. We'll get it.
Don't C9.
And
Oh my
Zerion
god.
might just be too late. There's not enough members of Peps alive to take use of this Kitsune rush unless Zerion.
Oh my god.
1, 2, Lip, still alive. Dip, lip and dip. Here on the
Lip
point, a
and dip.
1v1. Disruptor comes on out.
No
Lip
way.
comes out, Lip
Oh
is
my
four.
god.
I think it's 4 in that fight there after. Lip, I mean, it's you saw the position for Peps. Peps, they hit away from the OC.
Holy
He
shit.
got the early pick there on individual, and he's going down. And just not able to find anything off it. Lip and Heesang finding so many limbs, so many frags at the back of that fight. And Lip's 4 in the fight being so aggressive.
It's a miracle fight for both teams if you think about it, because Zerion also getting 2 at the end, uses Kitsune Rush, 2 players' life. It's only Zerion and Dip, and somehow Zerion will be able to convert 2 kills to give Dip the opportunity to maybe clutch that fight to Lip. He's to go to Overwatch. He wins the 1 versus 1. Dip doesn't have enough HP, and Crazy Raccoon will give themselves another lease on life, and will give FD God a bit of a haircut as well to remind himself of why you gotta be careful with the sound barriers, which are available now.
Lip to open up a barbershop, perhaps. This guy get a low taper fade. I guess rather FD God down. As he's saying,
Low taper
and it goes
fade.
so deep, gets immediately headshot. It goes down there. The donuts from FD God. Another down one in last fight territory here. Yeah, he did. It's all gone. He just got the buzz.
We'll see if Crazy Raccoon get buzzed out of this attack anytime soon. 15 seconds remaining. Couple really strong ultimates and more to follow through. It's Peps that really need the miracle again. What Peps do have is a respawn advantage. Once their back's against the wall, the respawn is certainly right there. Zoro is not going to waste any time here. Chorong holding by for now, but they can't afford to lose member. If Rip goes down here, it's a
Okay.
big problem.
Beat
FD
goes
goes
up.
first, and Crazy Raccoon will convert onto Zoro as well. Peps just got to reset. All Peps got to do is wait for one more fight.
Okay, so they went very aggressive there. Trong just barely off. They almost found Lip. So great play there with the peel from Crazy Raccoon. Was that
They
Ajax?
kinda
I don't think it
threw.
was from FD God. Was that? I hope it wasn't. I don't know if we missed that one because Trong.
Peps, why did you do that, Peps?
Can we get a confirmation on that for the rush?
It's an
Use their
Ajax. It is
vigilante here.
confirmed
They can't
Ajax.
touch. It is an Ajax. Oh, God. And
It
they
is a
don't get the
confirmed
touch.
Ajax.
I was like, I heard the sound. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I don't see any overhealth on the field. Where's where's the barrier for
Yeah.
FD God? And they
Oh,
went
man.
for the chase in main off of Lip being so low. And the peel was great. FD God goes down. Just
No
a much
way,
fumble
man.
there for Peps towards the end, which could have been the hold here for last. And now
Yeah.
Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they've got the full cap. I think this is going to be the replay potentially.
I can't believe well, it's the replay on the Panopticon, but I can't believe I
Oh,
accidentally called it into existence a little bit earlier on when at
You
the
did?
start of C, Lip kind of gave FD got a close shave, and I said you got to be careful because that might happen to you when you're trying to use the beat. In fact, this is exactly what happened, and if it does show up in the replay, we'll see it in real time again. But otherwise, I can basically describe it to you as it's the moment that Zoro goes in for the overclock. FD God wants to back him up with a sound barrier, but dies mid-air, and that's how Peps, their fight fell apart. Sadly, that was very costly. Good catch on your part there.
and just what scrappy fights in general between these two teams, though, right, Avril? Because you think about it, it's a Crazy Raccoon. We've talked about this team a lot, obviously, in the history of OWCS and these players even preceding OWCS. Peps, obviously, we have players with pedigree on this squad, but, a little bit of it feels like a fresher squad in terms of just, their overall accolades at the international level. And they're putting up an incredible fight versus Crazy Raccoon here at Bootcamp. And I just think that this is Peps are just making it scrappy. They're matching Lip. We have Zoro matching Lip on Sojourn right now. And Dip and the rest of the squad are still just putting up incredibly scrappy frag.
You can see how much respect Crazy Raccoon is giving over towards Peps as well, especially Zoro just trying to hunt him down most of these fights to prevent him from carrying the game as he has done many a time now over the course of our last 2 days, including this one. A fresh start for Team Peps. Will be maxed this time onto the Zarya for Willis's Diva. Willis, of course, has the opportunity to swap if he wants to from the attacker side of things. That's his
Tim,
advantage on the
lu
attack.
masih sini nggak, Tim? Antimo.
What happened here is they're in the offense goes max. They're gonna go deep. They're gonna chase down Zoro. They're gonna find him there isolated main. What a good call there.
Lu dapat drops nggak?
No
Kalau
hits,
nonton gue.
split. Now Peps are gonna get a little cap time, but that's fine. Down Zoro, you can maybe just chase down one, especially when you have the bubbles up with the match.
Oh my
Like I
god.
said, they're really putting the pressure
Oh
on
my
Zoro now,
god.
knowing that if you take him down, the clutch factor for Peps will start to drop a little bit. First successful fight there
Oh,
from
drop
Crazy
two
Crew. A
selesai.
full sweep in terms of kills. A minute gone off the clock. Not a lot of ults being charged at all. And Willis, as called, is going to consider that swap. Now doesn't want to have to play the Diva into the Zari. Is going to be lagging behind in some ult charge, but largely I think he's probably made the right call.
Yeah, still early enough to where you can
Wingel
make up
gun
the difference a bit.
charged.
Yeah, but we can't make up that. Sometimes you cannot make up that. You can't make up the death difference, unfortunately. Is Lip gonna take down Zoro and, you know, not necessarily outward pressure, but just a really good find there. Something here on the flank. Oh!
Ooh, shit. What the fuck?
Just sniffed out. Thought he was being sneaky there, but he's saying he's got that
Nasty.
nose to track and tracking over the time. 2-minute mark is quickly approaching here and still not an ult to be found on the Pep side of things. Racoon soon to be nearing that double support ult, a very important trademark combo. Whether you use both of them or just one of them, it is a game changer for the team that will have the support ultimates available. And Peps still just lagging. They don't even have payload progress by this time. Crazy Queen was already at the end of A. Now look, it took a long time for Crazy Queen to get A, but they pushed to the end very quickly.
Scary, very scary peak, but you're totally right here. I mean, you look at the time difference with the bank. Peps are playing slow for the support ult here a bit, trying to poke. Maybe try to open up a flank here is another close call there for Zarian, but it's gonna be available. There's gonna be the rush to Vigilante. I comes that out.
Not looking
B2, it's all
good.
being popped.
Not looking good.
Vigilante, though, that has the extra ultimate to use. Zarion does not. Peps are falling away now. Max onto Zarion first, just to prevent him from being able to use the ultimate had he had one. And Peps will not get a single kill here. They will not even get a single extra ultimate from the DPS or the tank. It's Churong, the Vigilante, leading the way. With a minute 22 left now, Peps having to look for further options, struggling to make even a dent of progress on the map.
Again, looking towards Zoro here, Avril, right? We talked about Zoro being the hero because, sure, Rush is going to be up, but Max can hold the grab, have the grab just attach to those players when the Rush goes out. So Zoro needs to just take an aggressive angle here, hope to find an early head. Look at Crazy Racoon. They want to go first. Zoro, one, two, gonna go down. But I mean, those are two very, very big frags there.
He needs a lot of help, though, and Dip might just be able to deliver that help for him. Pep still have multiple players alive. Max will go down for his trouble, will end up saving the ground, knowing the fight is likely over. Zoro, under immense pressure, still finds 2 kills in the hardest of difficulty of moments. And for Peps, this is a hard moment now. Under a minute left to play through, and the first major distance gained from the payload, and still yet a hill to climb.
But Zoro gave them a chance. Gave them the chance. They're finding 2. Lip also using the overclock, and now Willis is going to have grab. So it's grabby grab. There's no support on the field. Just looking for this better grab situation. Yeah, there is a pulse available. Okay, grab
Sam's going in.
Ooh.
Big bang combo initiated. Willis will just find 2 offense dry grab though. No real support required. Still alive, by the way. Just Vinci alive, and Dip and Willis have survived against all odds. Even though he's saying Max had the combo available. Peps come out ahead. Let's see if they actually have enough space here to get the cap. There still is a little bit. There is no Crazy Racoon. They just barely touched. Bubble the he's saying will enable it. OT is here. Peps, they need more players. I don't think they have enough support yet.
It doesn't hit the pulse. FD though close to the beat.
Tadi tim Pep main cap terus ganti ke Lucio.
They have to live here. Double support is about to be up. 100 energy, but okay, Matt taking a lot of damage here on this fight.
Well, it's low. Well, it's down.
Yeah.
FD doesn't have the ultimate in time. Vinci's got the ultimate first. Choron goes. FD follows through, but it's 4 versus 5. Pulse bomb available for Heesang, but it's Crazy Racoon that looks like they're ahead right now. HP bars looking positive for CR, negative for Peps, and the win is going to be negative as well. Peps do not secure a point in Shombali. So even when we look at the further points of that defense for Peps, could they have held C? Probably. Will it have mattered at the end of the day, given that they didn't cap A? Unfortunately not.
Well, butterfly. You never know. You could just hold that final point, hit the cap, and then the mental is stronger. The mental, you know, we talk about the mental game, right? So you hit some more shots. You have a little bit fewer, less deaths. Obviously, we never know. It's all hypothetical, but a very good map either way though from that. Sure, not able to make it past that first point, but I really am impressed. And you know, we talk about Zoro a lot, but the entirety of the team definitely having a great performance, having some extremely clutch moments. And overall, Crazy Racoon, I mean, they've stopped the momentum for Peps, but they're not out of the woods yet. They still have to finish up the series here, have to close it out. And Peps, as we saw versus DSG, they don't necessarily go down easy.
People will be surprised at the scoreline currently, given Peps has not only taken a map, but looked competitive on Shambali despite not capping A. I mean, the scoreline on Shambali itself probably won't really show how close that particular map was, but there is still a lifeline left to play through. Can Peps pull through, or is this
One
going to be
more
expected
round.
Crazy Raccoon win? Find out after this.
Berapa lama sih breaknya? Victory. What the fuck, itu dia gambar anjing bau banget. Gue suka bingung dah kenapa kalau ini yang nonton e-sport di Korea, TPL di Korea tuh pasti langsung nutup muka. Ya kalau gue nonton Valo yang VCT Pacific kan di Korea juga, pasti langsung nutup muka semuanya. Korea juga lagi ribut. Not bad. Lagi ribut ya. Berawal dari apa sih?
Match point secure now for Crazy Raccoon after a little bit of a delay in the middle there when we had that win from Peps. So Crazy Raccoon feeling a bit of pain on their journey to the potential victory with Peps. I don't think they're giving up. They had a close call on Shanbai, some really particular and peculiar moments that could have gone their way that unfortunately did not. Maybe they still have some time to turn their luck around.
Particular and peculiar. He's going. He's speaking in magician's tongue. The magic tricks are occurring, but overall, I do agree. I think that for Peps, this team, they have it. They have the sauce right now. I mean, we talked a lot about Zora, but obviously across the board, that could have gone either way. They could have held the last point. They were very close to capturing first. They just, unfortunately had a couple of tough fights there.
Yo. Internet?
Showing the aggression there from Crazy Raccoon, but this has not been a blowout. It's not been a stomp. Peps up against the wall here, obviously up against elimination, because remember, it is single elim. So Peps lose here, they're home, they're done. But I will not be counting them out. I will be saying that something peculiar could happen.
Hoping that to be the case for a close game. Peps has been involved in both of our closest games so far. Assuming that this one can still get close. I mean, we've seen the magic already that Peps have the capability to really take down Crazy Raccoon at their best. Crazy Raccoon looking surprisingly fallible. Maybe some of that EMEA curse against them from Stockholm is translated into 2026, even on home ground in Seoul here for OWCS Bootcamp. Right now, with Max freshly subbed in, taking control and command of the tank position, playing those off tanks, it's looking like a reinvigorated Crazy Raccoon that Peps will need to do a little bit more against. And Peps choosing Blizzard World here.
Blizzard World, I mean, gonna be a haven for hit scan. Obviously, gonna be seeing a lot of long range compositions here. Lucio Kiriko still very viable. Same with Wuyong too, if they want to potentially have just a enabling DPS pick on the flank. Great map for both the tank picks. So I mean, a lot of options here. Blizzard World obviously going to be leaning towards definitely more hit scan oriented though. So those longer engages, those longer fights, which I mean, both teams right now is and are very happy to be there. I think.
Looks to me like a very diva favored maps, but they're going to get rid of the Ana straight away. One of Vigilante's specials. I don't think that Zerion particularly wants to play the Ana. Not a really common hero in the pro meta currently, unless you are just an ungodly good player on the Ana position like your Shu or potentially a Vigilante for Crazy Raccoon, who themselves are going to ban away the Zarya, one of Willis's most played heroes so far in the boot camp. Max is happy to give that one away. I think both teams are just thinking about, well, if we want to play Diva, let's just get rid of the Zarya to make sure we're going to have a clean Diva battle.
Yeah, and I think overall, you look at the bans here, Crazy Raccoon, in my opinion, come out a little bit ahead. When you have an Ana as good as Vigilante and you go to a map like this, and you're forced to use one of your bans just to remove the Ana, right? I think for Crazy Raccoon, they're more than happy to put Vigilante back onto the Kiriko.
And by the way,
and just play those Kiriko comps.
I think we still might see a Dominus start. I think Blizzard World A, pretty good for ground tanks in general, but once you get sort of later on, particularly B, a high ground, low ground is definitely quite good for the Diva. And it's going to be, as you sort of mentioned, a very hit scan dominant performance here again. Zora versus Lip will be required stars of the show. So Diva, defense matrices in hand, ready to cover those angles. Let's see if Peps can bring this one back, or if this is where Crazy Raccoon closes the story for Peps.
Sigma.
There we go, Chance. Coming down out. Crazy Raccoon here on the offense. Max, looking to roll out here on the Sigma, which I mean,
Sigma.
Blizzard World makes a lot of sense. You have the opportunity to just like own some space, set up a shield for your off-angling hit scan, for your off-angling flex supports, even for your supports to take some damage, to poke a bit. Live here on the Ashe.
Max at one point, probably considered the best Sigma player in the world. This is by far his signature pick, and also did mention first point of Blizzard World, very favorable for ground tanks, just to hold space. And with a hero that's very similar to the Dominant, if you're not going to play the Dominant, is the Sigma, of course. However, back on that Vendetta, doesn't care about your shield at all. The accretion rocks from Max are going to have to be on point.
Yeah, and there's a rock used for 10 seconds till the next point, so they have an opportunity potentially when there's no push, right? They don't have the Domina shove. Crazy Raccoon, they have to be so aware of the rotations for Team Peps. So you see, moving as a unit, trying to back on up, especially when they don't have the Dominus, you don't have that, like I said, push. You're pretty much really reliant on when it comes to CC, on the Ashe Coach Gun, on the rock, the wave from Chorong and particularly Wuyong is here's the pressure coming out from Peps, start a point.
I mean, we're capping already. If the goes down though, that's going to be pressure alleviated. Lip is going to continue that onto Zara as Peps trying their best to dive into the narrow choke corners of the side room. It's not going to work out with Peps at all. They should have, in my opinion, played a little bit more patiently. They flipped the map, which is exactly what you need to do. This is going to be a stag on the baby Diva here. But for Peps, they had the control of the space. They had the high ground. All they got to do is pressure, force Crazy Raccoon to dive into you, and not do the opposite, playing into Crazy Raccoon's hand.
Yeah, exactly right, Admiral, because, I mean, you see how the Crazy Raccoon backline and Lip are moving, right? They're moving as a unit. Currently, they're huddling together. They're like penguins out on the ice, making sure to keep the body heat, share it between them. We saw one penguin who would neither go towards... Sorry, I mean, that's not relevant really with this time. I don't know if the video... Crazy Raccoon, down, still testing the high ground.
Bro thinks we're playing Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, yeah. Axe here
first
looking
rock.
here. Not gonna find it. Not gonna find it.
Something to hit Zoran for in terms of damage, but just trying their best as Crazy Crew to prevent Team Peps from once again getting the same rotation. They won't be dismayed. This time they will have the extra ultimate and the extra pick of the
Gila
Chorong.
muter, bener-bener muter.
You'll notice the difference this time for Crazy Crew and Team Peps is that Crazy Crew weren't holed up in the side room. So I think again the mistake that Peps made in the previous fight was they dived into a small contained side room where the dominant, or rather the Vendetta, didn't quite have the space to flow through. This time around, in the open, flip the map, don't allow Crazy Raccoon to take away some side spaces. Just got cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, we need to check the comms, see if Abral's getting, the audio's getting piped in. The Team Peps, I need to know, because, I mean, they kind of just did exactly what you wanted.
What a rock.
Yeah, I mean, oh, I guess it's, no, they're doing English comms.
I know. It's a joke because it's a French team. There's also 2 Swedes
It's a
on the
joke.
team, but
We don't really do those here, okay? We're very serious.
Vast is not known for jokes, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're very
Least
serious
funny
people.
OWCS cards. Here we go. This is not a very funny situation for Dip to see that rock away. Less funny for Crazy Raccoon losing that A-cap in Maxwell. He's going to be playing the Sigma for quite some time just to bring out his flux before he thinks about swapping over. Crazy Raccoon have a lot of ults to play through. Looking over towards the Bob as well. No count to tether the Bob around this time.
Max keeping pressure, has to back up here just a bit. A lot of pressure on the Max. Okay, Gage goes on empty box. They're gonna have sustain available. Tidal Blast out for Max. Looking to peel for Dip.
Ooh.
Yep, goodbye Dip. And that's a very good sustain. Crazy Raccoon, sure, which goes down, but we're gonna have the option. We're gonna have the rock. Dual stagger potentially as well onto Willis. And you know, maybe just a little bit too much damage taken from Dip there. Got a little big for their britches, hoping they can just remove Max from the field. But they had this portals available. They didn't even have to pop the rush either, Admiral. So very good situation here for Peps where they can hold the high ground.
Yeah, I think Peps probably underestimated Chorong's ability to just hide or blast Max to keep him alive there, and that was a tool required. After FD God's sound barrier started dissipating away and the green HP disappeared, a fresh batch of green HP appeared specifically for Max alone. Which means that Dip can't just sort of dive on in, but that's one of the stronger engages that Peps can get. Sound barrier into Dip, just going full ham into the front lines. And he's going to be a little bit too ham here, eats a rock and a couple of water bubbles from Chorong.
Yeah, dropping that soaring slice, you know, just coming on after the sword. He gets immediately rocked. So that's pick there for Crazy Raccoon. Is Crazy Raccoon now just holding a little aggressive through the peaks. Still holding on to the rush. No support ults up for Peps just yet. So the flux is a little bit scarier, right? They are going to have the cleanse available from the Suzu, but still it's scary to walk into a flux when they have, you know, opportunities to combo maybe with pulse. You don't have support ult of your own.
Pretty big slowdown so far. 14 Peps waiting for potential of the Kitsune Rush to maybe back them up, and they'll be only missing FD God's ultimate and missing a little bit of FD God's HP here as well. To be careful about Lip taking him down early. Zoro up first, wanting to look for targets. So is Dip now.
What the hell is this ult?
One target would be great.
Oh my god, never mind.
Underestimating the range of that ultimate. He'll now be sent back to spawn for his trouble. Zoro protected for the time being. Suzu does come out and play, but Peps largely on low HP. They still need to get more kills. First of all, they didn't survive, they didn't live.
Rush, moves there from Zerion as well, keeps in the pipe of Vigilante, holds on, pops it a little bit later. Max sustaining here through a lot of this damage. Max still, they're trying to focus down, they're trying to take it finally. Gonna go down there, but still a lot to sustain here. A lot of time burned, but Pep's gonna get the momentum moving here. They don't want to lose anyone too late. No, there's gonna be the step away, step gonna happen. But now Pep have good momentum, they have some opportunities to take a little bit of positioning here. They were able to burn the rush there, they have the beat coming up. And now a lot of eyes here on the Chorong. Where is this Tidal Blast going to go? Where's the bubble there for the Leon going to go? Is it going to be used offensively? I mean, they are playing into the Diva. Probably he's saying, right? Go to the back line.
Reverse the time.
Here he
Exactly
goes
right.
Looking for Zoro, and the Suzu will protect him. Brilliant timing from Zerion. Kev surviving this onslaught from Heesang and Chorong. That's going to be one of the ultimates gone for Crazy Raccoon. So no protection now. Max, by the way, onto Diva finally after losing his life with Sigma. So a little bit late, but still good for them. Lip will take down Zoro before FD can save him with the sound barrier in play. Traded still, so Peps 4 versus 4. If Dip can maintain his life, they can still have a lot of damage through. They lose all their DPS. It's a tank and support versus tank and support in a raw 3 versus 3. And ooh, I think the cap came through. It did come through. Crazy Raccoon, no touch.
Yeah, I mean, that is, first of all, risky beat from FD God. We saw the Tidal Blast come in, force a lot of pressure early, but then they went to go chase. There's a limit. They just weren't on point. I mean, really just weren't on point. They don't get on base. It's Moneyball there. They do not get on base.
They do not.
Unfortunately, they just weren't in it. Now they have the rush available here from Zerion. A little bit early. Bob's gonna be up, but no, you know, no Jetpack Cat to do a bit of a lifeline, take it to the back. Crazy Raccoon looking to hold last now. A little bit less than a minute and a half here on the board.
Is that a present? For me?
What's great about the references is both a sports reference and a movie reference all in one. It's a nice double up.
It is.
I appreciate that one.
It is. It is. We're trying to reference that here.
The sports movie fans will appreciate that one, and Crazy Raccoon will appreciate trying to stay alive against the Zerion Kitsune Rush. He's saying not so lucky there. 4 ultimates, by the way, on like a Crazy Raccoon. Look for trying and just put something else out there to make up what he's saying. Death Bob does count as a hero. Doesn't look like Bob's surviving for much longer, and neither will Dip if he's not too careful. Vigilante's turn this time. Crazy Raccoon
Got out!
pushing Peps back.
Not only did they get out, they committed the rush to find him. They really wanted Dip, and they didn't find him. Now Willis committing the bomb there.
Oh my god. That aim.
Find one, might find another. Vigilante forces the Suzu. Still fighting in the TP on out. Just the power through there. Fight through all this mobility. But even again, Dip showing too power to stay there, but not winning the fight. No,
30
one
seconds.
last contest possible, yeah. And they have options here for this fight between Peps and Dip. Remember, with the Vendetta ult, with the blade, it does ignore barriers. It does ignore armor. It is gonna go through that overhealth though.
It's going to come down. It's going to come down to Suzu from Vigilante potentially. But just good movement coming through from Crazy Raccoon in general. Here comes the bubble first. Tidal blast and Isang looking for the backline. Knocks down two, but FD
What
got already had the sound barrier ready to go through. The key ultimate here is going to be for Zoro. His POV is important. If he takes on a couple of members, that will potentially be the win. And the cap coming through from Peps. Zoro just can't quite land as smart currently. This is the fight that's important for him. He needs to get some kills. Dip though is going to be able to convert it. Support for support, and Dip has got an extra one on top of all of that. But they need more. Peps don't have enough kills. Max still has control of the map. Crazy Raccoon still have respawn advantage, and for Peps, only 2 players in OT. They got to do God's work here. Dip just needs a lot more HP.
Got pack.
To stay a little bit. He's got the pack indeed. The rest of his players come in. Charles even come back on a jetpack cat at this point.
Oh my god, look at the sustain. The guard from Dip still keeping up so
Jetpack
long.
cat.
They had to commit there, but you're right, Charon back early here on the jetpack cat. You have the really quick reset. Charon, nope, gonna go down, but take down FD God. They're still pretty stable here on the board. Willis has to anchor by now, Avril, but Willis gonna have the bomb. He's looking for time if necessary.
Willis won't have enough space here. He might just go down to Baby D before himself, being off angle slightly by Max, and
Oh
Max
my
has
god,
got
Max.
a punch to the back of the dome will secure it. And if that wasn't enough, Vigilante claims the Kitsune Rush with Zerion unfortunately behind by 18%. So Crazy Raccoon, they had all the cards. Pot goes to them. Respawn advantage just behind them as well. Really, to me, it needed to be the Zoro carry moment again. He needed to get a lot more kills on the overclock. Dip did deliver on that Vendetta. A couple of kills going Dip's way of things, but for Peps, their staying power is going to be whittled down the deeper they push onto the C point, and that was apparent.
Yeah, and it really just came down to that play where we saw the point of view where Zoro goes to the backline with the overclock, and the peel comes out. Vigilante goes behind, TP's the lip, drops the Suzu, keeps them alive through the overclock, gives them the position they need to just sustain that ult in general, and then just broke down from there. Still pretty far for Peps, all things considered, not quite the full cap, but still pretty far. I mean, you make it this far into last, that's, you know, not bad for Blizzard World. I'd say it's a tough map, the full cap at times. And now Crazy Raccoon here on the offense, we're gonna have to see Peps have what it takes to bring us to a map 5. Because the draw, not possible anymore. Well, unfortunately, there's not going to be another Peps draw.
This is, of course, the second day of our drops as well. So hopefully if the draw on day 1 wasn't long enough, you'll have enough time to clean up all of your day 1 and 2 drops before we get into the new drops tomorrow. Let's see where we're dropping, folks. Wrong game, doesn't matter. Crazy Raccoon. Still in command of this game so far. Yep. Happy to stay on the Vendetta. Has been probably a more key player for Pep so far on this map compared to Zoro. Let's see if it's enough.
And you definitely want to see Zoro be a little bit more active here, getting out the defense. Mirror match. Minus Hisanga obviously on the Tracer. The Zoro here on the long flank. Has the rail, not going to hit it just yet. Has to back it up. Has to be careful though to get found. Has to hit Suzu, has to be blitzed. Here, there's the peel, and Zoro goes down.
That's just clean up. That's we cap A as well. I mean, much faster than Peps. This is the scary thing. Peps likely and not going to be able to regroup quickly enough, especially if they get staggered killed here, which is looking very likely with Zerion gone. That will close the book in any sort of recap situation. They'll even just stagger the Baby Diva. Maybe not. Okay. And nice to Willis today. That is a record. because you had Peps multiple attempts required to cap A. Crazy Raccoon, they'll do it in one.
And that's the scary part about playing against Crazy Raccoon. We've seen it in other parts of the series too, but just there, Zoro, it's like, okay, I'm going to try to take the off angle, look to find a pick, and as soon as they see the slides done, they've collapsed on him. All of Crazy Raccoon, they're there. And I think that's something you just can't take for granted with Crazy Raccoon, just how fast this team can be to capitalize off a, cooldown beat down. And that's exactly what happened in that moment.
Why they're considered to be the best dive team in the world, the coordination of the dive is unmatched. If you can survive and sustain against it, you can survive a rail shot from Lip as well, but Lip will just go wide a little bit on that right click to date. They're still looking for their first ult, Zero on lagging behind Vigilante, and Vigilante wait for a good clean lane to drop this Kitsune rush in. And Peps won't be able to do too much against it for the time being.
I mean, Peps really just trying to give space to build his foothold here. Maybe try to find someone just off the rotation here. Knowing that Vigilante has an advantage. Because they're going to rotate around themselves. Playing the long game. Lip, come up the high ground.
Okay, this might be where the rush comes through. They might want to just take the high ground here, because otherwise Crazy Raccoon are losing a lot of control from the high ground perspective. They're being peppered from the off angles. Not feeling comfortable to let the Kitsune rush through until now. That's actually zeroing on first. Trying to push out Vigilante to see where he's going to drop his response, but make no mistake, Crazy Raccoon will be responding. 5 ults are nearly on board for Crazy Raccoon, and Dip has missed his pulse bomb as well, so Peps are just burning through their resources. They haven't won the fight yet.
Very, very tough fight there, Avril. I mean, they were hoping to maybe find them off the flank from rush. Ooh, his Lip finds Zoro there. Ooh. And hey, he's gonna be messing with FD. They want to go. Lip gets saved last second there from Chorong, but they're already down Zoro. They're down a lot of damage. Beat gets answered, and now there's a situation where they're down the player. Zero, gonna go down. You're worried about the chase here. Crazy Raccoon probably just gonna clean up pretty quickly.
Will this even get back in the mech is a big question. The answer is no. Vigilante finds his mark, and the second cap is gone just like that. Blinking, you'll miss it. Barely a slowdown. Crazy Raccoon haven't even lost the fight yet. This is a clinic. Look at the time. It's going to be like 4:45 to get through, not even to the end of the map. Wallace now wanting to go over towards the Ramacha for more staying power on the point.
And you see it's just Crazy Raccoon capitalizing off these really minor mistakes from Team Peps. First point, Zoro goes for the flank, uses the cooldown, knows he can't escape. Find him. There. Zoro overpeaks the overclock just a little bit after LOSing that rush. Finds him, commits, and FD God says, oh, we're gonna play it out. But Crazy Raccoon's like, that's fine. We'll stay in the fight. We already have the man ad. Now we're in last point. Overclock gonna be used with Zoro now.
Last point with Zoro opening up first. First card to be played will be the overclock. In response, Max self-destruct has to be respected by Peps, which means that Zoro and the rest of the crew having to back out, losing that 150 charge from the alt rail, but he's still got the 100 from the regular one. Will miss. He's saying will not. Dip goes down, traded for his own life. Team Peps versus Vigilantes. Soon a rush to get Crazy Raccoon in the field here, and it's working wonders.
Oh my god.
Under the speed.
Oh.
Crazy Raccoon will not stop here. Max is continuing 3 in this
Yeah,
particular
bye-bye,
fight,
Team
and now on the
Peps.
rampage, the warpath to finish the series.
There is going to be a potential touch available here for Peps, but they have to make it out of the spawn. Crazy Raccoon, there was some trades a little bit. They have to get the touch there. Willis manages to get it very, very low. No support up just yet for Peps, though, but Willis gonna get healed up. Crazy Raccoon's still gonna back on up.
No way they can hold this. 3 minutes.
Trying to get the back on, but he's down.
Okay, Zoro.
It's ulting though. Lip might just seal the deal here. Willis is down. No one else can anchor the point unless you're Dep.
Okay,
Zoro's gone down. Lip has taken down the
okay.
hard carry of Team Peps, and with
Bye-bye,
that
Team
might be the
Peps.
final death now of Peps' run here in OWCS Bootcamp. Crazy Raccoon trying to close the book, but they do respect the Kitsune rush out from Zerion, buying a lifeline for Peps.
Unfortunate, I mean, they had to use the ult there, but it's just absolutely necessary. Zero on bringing them up to the brink. FD gonna have to be available here to match Chorong. So there is a chance he's in the fight. FD Chorong, popping it both. Now just wait for the breakdown here. He's saying here's on the Pharah as well, so just wait for the right moment to strike into the backline.
He's off angling for sure, which means Willis has to do a lot of work and will match to take down the biggest problem for he's going to deal with Zoro. Once again, hard carry gone. 4 versus 5. Peps might have the better respawns, but they don't have any kills. They need to get some trace.
Bye-bye.
Lip is closing the door. This time, the fight is real. The cap is real. The baby diva
Bye-bye,
will
Team
not
Peps.
find the final touch, and Peps
And
will not
Team-
find any more pep in their step to continue their bootcamp journey as Crazy Raccoon are the winners. Maybe expectedly so. Some doubts in their scrim performances. They might have lost the map, but they will win the series.
And really, Crazy Raccoon, yes, favorite for this matchup, but Peps,
Pep nih orang tinggi
despite
banget.
the win, despite the loss, I mean, I think you can, if you're a fan of Peps, fan of this team, that was a good showing. That was a really good showing. They played, consistently one of the top 2 teams in the world historically in OWCS. And obviously last year omitted, though obviously they still had a really, really good run overall by not winning. And I do think for Peps, that's a really good showing for them. I think there was some great moments. There's some minor mistakes in the macro. I just think for Peps, that's really a positive result. If you're facing Raccoon, looking a tad shaky, but especially in this new meta with the new heroes dropping. But I do think that's, Scrim Bucks, they do lie a little bit into the day. Here's Raccoon gets to advance forward, and really what a great match.
I think it might also just be a hero pull issue here as well. Like I sort of said at the beginning of this one, we are very much in a off-tank meta. Domina into the Zarya, into the Diva as well. I mean, Domina is kind of whatever, right? I think all tank players can play Domina. Every new tank that gets released require that all tanks will probably be able to pick them up whenever required. Everyone's got an equal footing there. You don't have anybody with extra 1,000 or 2 hours on a particular hero from Overwatch 1. Not going to be the case. However, though, when you look at the Zarya, you look at the Diva, not quite in Jinbin's wheelhouse. He wanted to force the Winston on Esperanza. Didn't end up working for Crazy Raccoon. They immediately make the swap to Max, playing the correct meta currently at the pro level. And outclassing Peps. Chorong going to be the one claiming the player of the match here, playing some of that Wu Yang, a little bit of Lucio, a little bit of the Cat as well.
Yeah, Chorong, I mean, we talked about him earlier before we head into the series. Just a player that has historically been incredibly solid mechanically and fundamentally, just decision-making wise on the support role. One of those players that you can put onto multiple different heroes, even on the flex, and bring a lot, especially with Jetpack Cat available. You can see Chorong just had a lot of impact in this match, chasing down a lot of just these low HP enemies. And even with the Bob plays, of course, always fun. And you get to the Wuyong, he still has that impact. Great feel for his fellow backline member. I do think Chorong just continues to be just the definition of a amazing overall support player. But we are going to be heading over to an interview. And of course, how could we miss it? We love him. We stand by waiting for the questions to come through.
2016 OWCS 부트캠프 데이트. 안녕하세요. 아나운서 이시은입니다. 오늘의 첫 번째 경기 크레이지 라쿤이 팀 펩스를 상대로 3대1로 깔끔하게 승리를 가져갔습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
And we are just waiting for the questions to come on through. Obviously, congratulations to Crazy Raccoon for their victory in today's first match.
1점을 내어주긴 했지만 그래도 한국팀 강팀다운 짜임새 있는 멋진 경기를 펼쳐줬어요. 오늘 좀 소감 한마디 들어볼까요?
좀 쉽게 이기진 않았지만 그래도 뭐 3대1로 승리하고
And the first question.
있었으니까 그리고 뭐 저희가 스크린 뭐 공개
Still coming on through here, guys. Just give me a second.
대회 때 증명해야죠.
Although they lost the last of the first match, I still think they won with a good atmosphere. How do you feel about the victory, Chorong? And Chorong responding, it was harder than I expected. So definitely maybe a bit of a harder matchup for them. If you'd seen the scrims leading up to this, obviously they struggled a bit. And just dropping them after Peps, so definitely not the most comfortable maybe on this current meta with the new heroes. They're still getting used to it, and so they're hoping they can have a bit of a better performance as the tournament goes on.
태워달라 하진 않고 제가 내리라 하죠. 그래서 매달려 있으니까 좀 내려라.
그렇습니다. 크레이지 라쿤 시즌 1호 POTM은 초롱 선수가 차지하게 됐습니다. 이번 시즌에 또 힐러 역할 영웅이 2개가 추가가 됐잖아요.
And so the next question coming on through here.
궁금하던데요.
고양이는 좀
asking Chorong, which new hero was your favorite? And Chorong says Jetpack Cat. Everyone on the team wants to ride it, as in the tether, the lifeline, and honestly, I totally agree. I think that's a hero that definitely fits Chorong's playstyle. Across the board, you saw him having some with the lifeline with the Bob, the position of the Domina in the first map. Probably a hero that is playing to a player like Chorong's strengths and the mechanics and the ability to make plays behind it.
Twisted Minds.
He was also very impressed by Chorong's Jetpack Cat as well, which I mean makes sense. Sorry, Chorong's Jetpack Cat was impressive.
First.
He says it was so much fun dragging Bob along. Response Chorong to that.
저희 큰형님이 좀 빠지긴 했지만 그래도 뭐 든든한 동생이 들어오기도 했고 동생 데리고 이제 저희끼리 잘 해봐야죠.
아, 앞으로 이 동생 데리고 든든하게 또 꾸려 나가 보겠다. 기대해 주시라라고 마지막 말씀까지 들어봤습니다. 자, 이렇게
And
오늘
the next
인터뷰는
question,
여기서 끝내도록 하고요. 저희는
what are your
다음
plans for
경기로
FaZe Raccoon in
돌아올게요.
2026?
팀
And Sean
웨이보
responds,
게이밍이
even though the
기다리겠습니다.
team leader is gone, obviously, you know, in this case, referring to some of the roster changes, we're looking to have a great year. But we will see you guys coming forward into the next match. It is going to be Weibo Gaming versus Falcons.
Berapa lama? Menit.
Hold on. No.
Oh, besok gimana sih? Legendary Apex. Bottlers. Bottle jobs. Gue nonton semuanya nggak ya? Apa gue males? Ngantuk banget aja gue.
We'll show them a trick or two. The Kitsune got you! Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings! Come closer. I won't bite.
Boom! I'm feeling it. Prove your skill. I'm in the mood.
Be uplifted!
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit! Nice try!
F it up.
Magnifique. How do I look? Oh, yeah!
Yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat? I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of.
Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars. Whatever it takes,
Whatever it takes
victory.
will be ours.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes! Come on! Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are!
Oh.
Welcome back to OWCS Bootcamp, the preseason tournament for the 2026 Overwatch Esports competitive year. I'm Avril here with Avast. The Double A's are back to bring you live action here live in Korea with all of our teams invited, our partners here in Seoul.
Lama banget kalau gitu pemain dari tadi.
We just finished up Crazy Racoons 3-1 victory against Peps and our very storied matchup between Falcons and Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Falcons, a powerhouse, obviously, of the scene, has been extremely, extremely good. One of those teams that you expected to win, if not, always be towards the top. And Weibo, who's, returned, has had a little bit of changes, looked a little rough coming into the script. We see the walkout going on here. Chio, obviously, in their back. And for Falcons, this is a great meta for them currently. They're a team that looks really, really strong right now. And I think the addition of heroes like Jetpack Cat, despite losing players like Proper and Stalker, is actually still an overall boon for them because they're in a position potentially to, as a team that's really focused around Hanbin, honestly, despite someone being on this team, it just feels like a team that's really driven by Hanbin being on this roster. Jetpack Cat just gives them more opportunities to let Hanbin play heroes he wants to play. And I think really overall for this team, they're in a good spot with the addition of a hero like Jetpack Cat.
Of course, you're looking at this lineup here. Checkmate is the new member in, you already mentioned, but Stalker is gone, officially free agent. Proper, we don't actually have an official announcement on what's happening with that situation just yet, so we'll have to kind of wait to see what the fate of Proper is, whether he's still on Falcons or not. He could be out for a medical issue. He actually just might be on a different team, but I think either way, I've asked. You have 3 members of that former 2023 Florida Mayhem roster on here, so no surprises. I think you kind of like this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's not favoritism. I mean, that's just, they overall are just a very, very good squad.
Avast calls them my guys. My
yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, Falcons, they have the sauce. There's a reason that you can look at this team and be really happy for if you're a fan of them and just how well they perform. And Weibo, obviously, carrying a lot of tradition on their back. They have struggled a bit leading into this for the scrims coming into this event. They have the addition of, Maka coming in. And I do think that this team, they have the talent, right, Avril? That's the thing that we always say about Weibo.
He said the line. He said the line.
They have the talent, but can they channel the talent? Can they make the talent? Now, they don't have the talent necessarily to line up properly on stage. They may not have that talent.
Yeah, well, we'll see how the communication fares for this lineup. Interesting to note, of course, this is the first time that the Weibo core, aka the Once Again core, since they played together on the Spark in 2023, this is the first time they're actually going to go for a mixed roster. And Lee Sumin and Marka, 2 Korean support players coming in from the very successful Korean team Wei from the 2025 OWCS year, has been added to this roster. Of course, Wei breaking apart all their great pieces have sort of moved on to different teams. It's an interesting look for Weibo because after 3 years of staying together as a core Chinese only team with the best Chinese players in the entire world on the same team, they've had some good successes, some amazing successes domestically, but I think they've just fallen short internationally. They recognize and they're thinking, what else can we do? We've tried all the best possible support players in China. We know we have the best DPS line. We know we have the best overall tank. By the way, they got a new tank as well, Sunzo, aka Billy Dang. who was one of the key other tanks in China, one of the up-and-comers. They took him. They're like, you're coming over to us now, and now what we need are some star support players to round us out, because that has been the biggest weakness. All fair play and love to Langsun, Mew, and all the others that have been on the team. Monk as well. Monk has had some great performances on Weibo. However, it's time for a change, and the only change available was for Weibo to look elsewhere beyond China and say, what else can we do here? Where else can we go? And they've landed on Lee Sumin and Maka, which I think are some powerful pickups.
And you know, Maka technically also a Florida Mayhem.
There it is. That's another one of the vast guys right there.
Just want to say,
Buset itu
there's a connection there. But I do think overall, this has been honestly the 2026 is a year of, you know, especially with the addition of the Chinese partner teams, there's a lot of shuffling within the Chinese player talent and the top level talent in the game. You're seeing, you know, a lot of fresh faces, some older faces retiring, like you talked about, like Faraway 1987 stepping back and things like that. Like, I do think this is a interesting year for Chinese Overwatch at the tier 1 level, and Weibo Gaming kind of the, I mean, you know, poster child of that, of just taking this core that has always been really good, but has never quite made it, and adding in some, you know, Korean level backline talent for them, right? And I do think this is an interesting opportunity.
There's a lot of history between these two teams, and it goes even beyond OWCS. We remember in Overwatch League as well.
What the fuck is that?
2023 year with Florida Mayhem 1. Well, you have a bunch of the Florida Mayhem guys on Falcons, not only that, but a bunch of the Atlanta Rain guys as well, particularly Chiwa and Fielder, who were also on Team Korea for that year, who lost to this Spark / once again / Weibo core, who has been having some great results versus those two guys. But then recently, 2024 was also a Weibo win versus Falcons at the EWC, but last year it was all Falcons all the way. They faced up 3 times, all 3 times, some close matches in there, a couple of 5-map 3-2s. But the final time they faced at Stockholm World Finals November last year, Falcons 3-0'd Weibo, and I think Weibo would not have been too happy with that performance, given that, you know, they have always been neck and neck against Falcons. That was the one time they seemed to really slip against Falcons, and a huge wake-up call to the team to say, again, guys, what do we do about our team? If we can't find any more upgrades domestically, we need to look elsewhere. Let's bring in some firepower, bring in some guys that have experience beating teams like Falcons. We're once again going to be skipping the 1v1s for day 2, going straight into our map 1s based on coin toss, Falcons winning the coin toss.
And also, as a reminder, on top of that, with the 1v1s being gone for today, map 1, those that didn't see yesterday, it is going to be all 5 of the new heroes being played here, being you know, mandated. And it definitely produces some very interesting results, especially because how strong I think a lot of the kits are and how interesting their kits play. So we're going to be seeing both these teams just playing on, you know, all the new heroes. And in particular for Weibo, I mean, this is a... There's been scrims, of course. We've seen scrims. We've seen, you know, that was happening before bootcamp started itself. But this is their, you know, just really a big moment for them to come out on stage and see, like, can they potentially hold out against a top-level team that is looking, you know, historically obviously really good, but also pretty good right now with a lot of the new additions and some of the meta shakeups that have occurred.
And by the way, I'm expecting that Billy Deng does play today. He will, in my opinion, be subbed in, probably from map 2 onwards, particularly if map choice probably will definitely be going Weibo's way at some position in the game. A similar story to the Junbin Max kind of situation, right? Coming when you look at what was happening for Crazy Raccoon. Who's similar to Junbin, a main tank player, Winston, Hazard, Ball, dive tanks. Like, this is what you know from the Doomfist as well. So eventually the Diva and the Zarya will come in, but for map 1, it's all about Domina. Well, everyone can play Domina so far. Let's see how well they play it on map 1. Loud cheers, Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing you can say about Weibo. There's a lot of things you can say about Weibo, but you can say that they definitely have a lot of very, very passionate fans. I think that is
and Marco's a lot of personal fan. When I've been to Korea and I've seen Marco on many of his teams play live, of course, Avast is his #1 fan, but Marco, he has some of the biggest lines of fans lining up to come get a signature and whatnot. Speaking of signature, the signature opening play for Lighthouse is both the Dominers get dragged into the Lighthouse.
Ooh, Maka.
That
I mean,
is unexpected.
We locked him up a little bit, but immediately getting caught there. And, you know, despite not having that initial minor perk, I mean, you still see with this, the primary fire there for Domina, you can get a lot of pressure, and you do so much damage with the beam in that final shot that's going to happen to hit scan there. Checkmate. Gonna get the burn damage, gonna take down Lee, but goes just taken down in return by Lee Soo-min. But still, that's gonna be first cap, and it was a little bit of a light show almost at first, like some sort of drone show where you see the jetpack cats bring in the Dominas, drop them off. They both hit the repulsors, hit the ship, try to push each other away. But Hanbin there, getting that early pick. Maka maybe over peeking just a tad as Maka once again now bringing Gushue here into the backline, trying to reposition his.
Dropped on lead into the backline, just cleans up field. That's going to be a one-player advantage. Hanbin low here as well. Gushue onto the hunt, but Hanbin might just be okay if he can grab the mega pack. Might have already done so. He looks like he's back to his own team. Shields are up as well. Going to take a bit of damage on the Ombre here. And just remember, for those that tuned in yesterday, you'll have to remember Chio was absolutely dominant personally. Mechanical performance on that jetpack cat was disgustingly strong. Shy takes down Merit in the 1v1.
And a beautiful rotation there from Weibo, right? Where off the Maka just moving Goofy to the back. They're able to just put the pressure into the backline, find Fielder. And Mizuki, you know, just one of those heroes where despite even with some of the hot fixes that have happened there, sure, you're going to have the shift available. You have that ability to just kind of like run away, get a little bit of extra speed boost there from the return. But unfortunately, not that mobile. So now Weibo getting the flip, controlling point, both coming online here. So a very good position for Weibo across the board. Falcons looking to make this approach, maybe try to force them just off some of these offing.
She has already got ultimate, by the way. Let's see how well that works out. Lee Soo-min on the checkmate, another one-player advantage. Seems like Lee Soo-min has certainly been pulling his weight so far as one of the new additions to the team. Leave collects Chio, and that should be fight over. A clean one for Weibo. No ultimates required, and they've overtaken the percentage point on the cap as well.
And this is very interesting too, because we just look at, you know, I feel like we haven't really had a lot of chance to talk about Mizuki, especially with the buffs coming through, primary fire in particular. You're able to do a lot more damage with this, especially because you're able to get headshots, you can get crits, it bounces until it finally hits somebody. And the more damage you get, obviously, the more you scale that aura, right? That healing aura that Mizuki has. And I do think it's a very interesting opportunity that for a very talented support player.
Oh my god.
Use Mighty Merit immediately.
As you my god.
But I don't gonna find another. But
damn, bro.
I mean, solo ult, but the impact is there. The rest of the team gets the cleanup as Repulsor for the stun directly into the Panopticon. Easy as you like it. Nothing that can be done from Merit's POV. So Weibo Gaming getting a big clear. By the way, we're still on our first round.
You can play up there. What the fuck?
85% for Weibo. Falcons still
Ntar coba tim. Bisa main di atas itu. What the hell?
And I mean, Gushue and Maka, I mean, Gushue has always been a very aggressive tank, right? He's very oh, the chain! The chain
oh
goes
my god.
And they get Chio. Beautiful chain from Lee Soo-min. I mean, this might be the most impact we've seen from Mizuki yet. You're not even getting the touch.
Now that's aura. That is an aura play right there. Maxed out aura from Lee Soo-min. First time showing on this new Weibo squad. Maka might have died in the first fight, but Lee Soo-min says, I am going to carry on the Mizuki. Check out those Mizuki buffs. They're all coming through from Lee Soo-min's POV right now.
Dominating. What the hell?
I don't really know if the chain itself.
No, okay, but he's also getting kills, right? You know what I'm saying?
He is. No, he is. He's getting a lot of value, and the chain, honestly,
gue belum ganti nama stream gue.
Was probably arguably the best
Team
part of
Falcons.
I mean, the chain is just so strong, being able to get that tether, and you get the extra burst damage, and then amp your heals on top of that. You see here the replay. There it is.
So
chain getting found, immediately dropping Hanbin, then they get Chio. Just beautiful. And I have to say, I mean, we're a little early impressions here, right? But I mean, like I said, maybe potentially Jetpack Cat Domina just having a really aggressive, you know, ability to empower Gushue and have him be on a hero that also does a lot of damage but still has sustain comparatively like a Winston. This could be good for Weibo. Weibo, Hopium, rising.
Remember, Scrim Bucks only says so much. Weibo, typically not a Scrim team. They show up when it matters. Unfortunately for Maka, though, he's going to be the first to fall. So first fight jitters are still up there for Weibo Gaming. At least the trade comes through via Shy. That's going to slow down Falcons somewhat. Might need to look to Lee Soo-min once more to maybe even things out. He's been so far the clutch star player on the Weibo side of things.
Now Falcons with the first flip off that pick on Maka, unfortunately just, you know, that's just the risk you run, especially when you're playing to Imra, which we don't get a chance to talk about a lot, but he is really good at, you know, hitting some of those right clicks, getting a little bit of burst damage really quickly if players are across the map. Lee Soo-min, though, getting found, has to use the ship, gonna make it on out, but it goes on back and checkbait. Let's clean up Fielder, but Fielder goes down there in return.
1-1. Maka making his mark on to the battlefield here, putting a literal sense as well. Shy looking for some parts, got the cycling blast, but he's caught on low HP. Merit will find its mark instead. Merit's going to double up a little bit. Weibo in a lot of trouble here. 2 versus 3. Numbers are okay, but they're only okay so far. Gushui can do a little bit more here. Gushrei's already gotten 2 and
Oh my god, Gushui.
Domina, known to be a Winston player, but guess what? Domina's a brand new hero. We're all on an even footing, and he has managed to flip the point for Weibo.
I mean, just once again, talking about Gushui as a mechanical player, Domina, you're able to put an incredible amount of damage out into the field. You can play your barrier so well as well, and you can just play around that. And sure, point gonna get flipped, but Gushui gives him a little bit of a lifeline here into the rest of the map, into the rest of the series, potentially. Falcons here are gonna get that recap. Bolts are gonna be up. And for Weibo, you're looking at the options. Okay, how can he set up potentially the Panopticon here, right? There's no Sanctuary upper fielder. Sure, they're gonna have, you know, that the catnap really is.
There we go. Mojo Protocol coming through from Merit's first target. He really wants to take Gushui down. Tons of damage.
There it is.
Stun coming through as well, and Hanbin will find his mark. Hanbin low HP. Doesn't look like there's a trade so far. Merit and the rest of Falcons will clean this one up for the time being. No returns here. Weibo looking to reset, but time will be limited.
I love the idea there for Falcons, right? Where, okay, yes, you can take someone off the map with the catnap, with that ult from the jetpack cap, and instead just take Gushui and move him away from his team. So you can just get some immediate damage to Gushui, just remove him entirely from the field and from the healing. Just a repositioning, just an angry repositioning tool there for Chio. Yep. As now, Weibo, they have to get in, they have to get the touch here on the point.
Hanbin's going to try and slow that one down. Shy on the off angle. Chio to kill the marker. Time is running out here. 99% low HP. Weibo are falling apart, falling to pieces. They won the first round, but this one is looking all Falcons. 100 to 10. Some very clutch, important plays in the middle there, particularly from Gushui's POV, but largely fights dominated by Team Falcons. The opening fights in particular of us going heavily in the way of Falcons. The Hanbin Chio Domina Cat duo beating out the Gushui Marker duo.
And this is to be expected a little bit in my eyes. You know, Weibo, a really good team, but Falcons, when you talk about a team that is able to, you know, at that peak of formation, similar to like Crazy Racoons, right, or Twisted Minds, like they are just very, very good at punishing mistakes. They see this shield dance happening there for Domina, and you're just on top of that. I mean, and when you combine that with the passive, right? The passive for Domina, where you get 75% of the damage you do back as barrier, you know, when you do ability damage, and it's perfect. It's perfect for a player like Gushui.
Everyone talks about the cat, but to me, Domina has been the most exciting, best designed, well-rounded new hero released in Season 1. Everything she does is just
okay,
awesome.
Fight for high ground.
So, no surprise that she's found a very comfortable place in metas. I mean, see many times that even when you're not forced to play Domina or forced to play any of the Season 1 heroes, a lot of teams do still just pick Domina. She's bringing a lot to the table.
Especially when combined with jetpack cat, as you see this again the Domina fight here on the high ground. Hanbin trying to get space, doing a lot of damage here to Gushui. Just taking the space right now is pretty low, and Lisa Min gets found. Just checkmate into the back here is Onron.
Yeah,
the Ignite out is going to be able to get on out.
All eyes on the Domina fight, but it's actually the fight on the side that was the deciding factor here. And Chio again, like we saw yesterday, how much of an impact he was mechanically on the cat, and now he's doing it again. A triple kill in this particular fight. Might even go for a little bit more. That's at least 4 from what I could gather. Chio once again proving that he just might be the best cat that we've seen so far.
And reminder, this is post hotfix, so you know we've already reduced the amount of fuel, right, for the burst, for that frenetic flying that happens with Jetpack Cat. But still, Jetpack Cat, she's just so incredibly mobile across the field right now. When you have someone like Chio at the helm, you can just find, especially low HP targets, be able to remove them really easily since you have near infinite mobility.
See what mobility we have here from Leave. Find a little bit more in this fight, and I do believe it actually was a 5k. It's at least 4 coming through from Chio. In either case, Chio gets 1 more for his trouble marker. Struggling with a cap today, I have to really say. Gushui, for something on that Panopticon, but struggling with his HP bar for the time being. Hanbin falls in the middle of all of that once Weibo might still just barely have the play advantage to play through.
Oh no.
Perhaps Chio gets his marker, he'll die for it.
Gushui, bye-bye.
Good trade here. I mean, Falcons still holding on to play this whole time, as you see. Eric gonna be popping the ult in return, not finding much from the override protocol. Looking to find anything, trying to get some damage, but Chio just flying around, and Falcons still burning time off the clock. There's the Sanctuary as well from Fielder. And I mean, really right now for Weibo, they just can't get anything.
The cats are always flying to the faces of the Unrise when they're using the overdrive protocol just to force them to contend with the fact there's a hero in your face dueling you, but you're also dealing self-damage to yourself if you fire it into the cat. And speaking of firing damage, it's all Falcons onto Weibo. No real response until Gooseray finds at least one trade, but look at where the percentages of us. It's basically over.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to go for a last-second contest, and it's going to be Maka looking for it, but then what do you even do post that, right? It's Lee Sumin, only person alive. Maybe you can get the Sanctuary out in time, because Maka's going to get the touch. Sanctuary used there from Lee Sumin, and Maka trying to just bring them away. Going to take a little bit of aggro off them, and, you know, the contest happening. Lee's going to make back here with the override protocol, or rather Shy, but unfortunately not getting anything.
Shy is just not going to find his targets at all. I mean, this fight looked largely
Weibo.
timing was all bad for Weibo Gaming. You're looking towards a 99%.
Ini orang nggak pakai keyboard juga ya? Dia pakai apaan anjir?
He already had the player of the match from yesterday, and with that kind of performance, he might just get it again on Jetpack.
The hell is that?
All heroes, and if there's one team that will continue playing the cat, probably Chio, probably Falcons. There were some good moments there out of Weibo Gaming. They did take a round of ours, so I still see some magic in the following maps.
I think, you know, they're just, especially with the Imra, Imra's a very, very hard hero to use right now, right? Especially when you see the ults get popped. I think his kit is just, it's really tough when we're dealing with players like Chio on the Jetpack Cat, where you noted how they're getting in their face. If you're ever in an off angle where you're not able to be supported and you're popping that ult, the Imra is just, you know, a sitting duck, essentially. You're so slow. I do think that's a situation where if you can put Shy on maybe in a little bit more of a comfort hero, Weibo definitely able to potentially get a little bit going on.
It's Sojin, baby.
That's right.
And that's Shy's
it's
number
Sojin.
one. It's probably Merit's number one as well, but that's going to be a great battle. Shy versus Merit on the Soj for the next map. But yeah, I do have a prediction. I do think Billy Deng, aka Sunzo, might get subbed in, as I just think his hero pool makes more sense. Look, yeah, Gooseray's already cleaning up his setup here, so get ready for that one. A Weibo with a sub in for map number 2. Get ready for it after this break.
좋았어 거의.
오, 캔슬. 야, 피해. 야. 나 2초. 피해.
엠레반.
나 살았어. 나 졌어.
엠레피.
포커싱. 나이스!
나이스.
I'm gonna go get a coffee. Bentar.
Another Jetpack Cat dominant performance coming through from Chia once again for day 2 of OWCS Bootcamp here. Into our second match with Weibo versus Falcons. Weibo has talked about making a substitution now. Billy Dengake is Sunzo coming in for Gushui. A much more favored hero pool. And the players whose hero pool on the off-tank side going up against Hanbin. When you look at the Diva, when you look at the Zara, when you look at even Domina, despite Gushui's amazing Domina performance, this might just be the substitution that Weibo need.
Yeah, it really just depends on, you know, how they want to play it moving forward, what their ban strategy is going to be, because, you know, we look at Falcons and we talked about it a bit, how they're just so centered around Hanbin playing for this team and his hero pool, and there's a lot of options, right? Especially with Jetpack Cat being added now to enable Hanbin even further. And you look at the hero pool for their players, really, when you look at, you know, this overall, just their DPS line. And the best bet here for Weibo is trying to get Falcons, you know, maybe on a situation where they're just not going to be as comfortable composition-wise. It's just hard, right? Because right now the meta is so strong for Falcons currently. And Midtown, I mean, you know, we're looking at the battle of the Sojourns, potentially. This is going to be John Sojourn themselves for both these squads coming out straight onto the field.
Had a lot of Midtown yesterday, of course. Falcons themselves did end up playing that one up against Varel, a pretty clean victory that they had. A lot of Diva into play there. Vendetta was banned out. Was definitely targeted towards Varel's top dragon. We haven't seen the Vendetta come through yet from either team, obviously because of the map 1 hero restrictions. Looking forward to seeing whether it leave or perhaps Checkmate leading to that Symmetra ban straight away. That is a target versus Checkmate, one of the top Symmetra players in the world, maybe even the top Symmetra player in the world, formerly of Alcatia and former world champion and just most recent runner-up coming through from 2025 Stockholm on Alcatia. So given that Weibo are not a Symmetra team at all, they want to get rid of that one. Zarya target over towards Billy Ding. Of course, Billy Ding does play the off-tanks, but Zarya is his best. So they're going to get rid of that one, pushing this more towards a Domina, potentially Sigma, potentially Diva look.
Yeah, definitely one of those three.
Back
more
in
than likely.
time.
I like the sim ban because if there's one team that is going to potentially try to throw up a sim right now in this tournament, it would, outside of like, you know, looking at that Twisted Minds area, it's going to be Checkmate here for Falcons. And I do think for Falcons that this is a team that they would try to utilize it, especially on a map like Midtown. And also, just as a quick note on my end, I feel like I would love to see, Avril, the Diva matchup between these teams, because like Hanbin on Diva is just a classic, right? It's just a classic. I would love to see what Sunzu can do here, especially like you talked about. Zarya is very much his specialty. But this is a very strong Diva map, and I think Hanbin has always been a master of knowing how to pressure, especially coming into Midtown where it's so important to clear the flanks.
Just clearing up a few issues on stage before we get into the game. As being told that it's possible that Sunzo might be logging in with the wrong name here. So if you see Gushui still in the lineup, it's actually Sunzo, not Gushui. We'll be doing our best to clarify that throughout the entire map. So hopefully that'll get fixed up for future maps being played. Of course, there will be at least one more after this one. But I do think that Weibo should be coming in with a fresh perspective. Obviously, map 1 has the hero restrictions. You're not looking at the quote-unquote real pro meta of what the teams will actually be playing. But we're about to find out. Midtown map 2 coming up.
Midtown.
So Sunzo's name is on the top HUD on the left, but in the kill feed it will still say Gushui. So just be very careful about that. We'll be using the name Sunzo. So every time Gushui's name pops up, just know that it is in fact Sunzo, and we'll be calling that out as such. Talk about Weibo's composition first. Sigma was one of the other ground heroes. Domina and Sigma both offer a very similar type of role. Sigma traditionally has been played on both offense and defense for Midtown A specifically, a low poke favorability, and one of the strengths of Weibo Gaming is their backline's capability to play the double flex supports. Maka Kiriko loose Lisumin on the Wuyang. Shy gets to play his signature Sojourn, one of the deadly Sojourns in the world, and leave and see what his Vendetta looks like.
There it is, Lucio Kiriko, Lisumin, like you were talking about on the Wuyang. And you know, it's very funny to see, you know, with this issue, is like it's Weibo and Falcons, both these teams this feels like, even with no Gushui, we have Gushui. Even with no Hanbin, we have Hanbin. You know, just it feels very thematic of this team. both these squads in general, obviously a good chance for Sunzo to just go, but I think blue here at the one level. Checkmate there into the back line.
Sunzo in a little bit of trouble here, but so is Leave. Falcons will be the first one losing members, and Hanben, he's the first to drop on the tank side of things. It's Sunzo and the rest of Weibo Gaming staying alive for now. No players falling by the wayside at all. Like clean 5-0 beginning with Shy getting the cleaned up. This
What
is the
the hell?
Team
Team kill.
Great fight there, absorbing just some of the aggression, punishing there with the cross. On our way with the first fight win on the board. Ult's still relatively equal here. And with the Sigma here comparatively to D.Va, right, is like you have this matchup where, you know, matched up really well into the D.Va. You have the option of pressure, you know, maybe some of those DPS lock them out of the off angle here, especially if you can hit the rock. So it's a very good opportunity here for Sunzo to just kind of sustain the damage and just maybe look to set up a CST play or the DPS to finish up. There's then Zabras again for Falcon.
And the Symmetra ban is amazing here because D.Va would have been great with the Symmetra for Falcons. It's one of the key propositions to be played through. Chio taking some risks there. The Shy sidelines as Checkmate once again on top of that Shy. Weibo and Sunzo combined once again. Weibo making sure that numbers are in their favor. It's starting to slip away from them slightly. 3 versus 3. Double supports on lines of Falcons, but no DPS is what comes in. And Sunzo might just be looking to deliver. Leave on the chase here. Some big swings into the neck of Hanben. Heals, keep him alive. Remember, still 2 supports on the side of Falcons. DPS are coming. Maybe try and reinforce with Falcons, but the Falcons members largely are disconnected. Ultimate's coming on through. Sunzo's still alive. These humans self-bubble on the title. Blood Shear knocked down. Sunzo first to fall, and Team Falcons may have just consolidated for a potential cap.
And Weibo, I mean, they don't have the rush just yet. They can give up ticks here. They can give some time to make it back in here. Leave gonna have the ult. Shy gonna have the ult. So they have some options. But with no Sunzo, they really just don't have a ton of HP. It's gonna really be on Leave if they want to get the contest going. Leave gonna go in. Leave finds Shio immediately. Oh, and a pause.
Pause.
Just chops him down.
Yeah,
Leave
perhaps
comes
chopped him so
on
hard
in.
that it severs the Ethernet cord itself, perhaps.
Alright guys, we're just updating the hotfix. Just kidding, we're not doing that. We are actually on a different... people are probably wondering why OWCS is the only thing happening right now in terms of playing Overwatch, as I'm pretty sure the server maintenance might be happening for everyone else. So, welcome new viewers who are watching this as they can't play their own game, but we have a actual hardware issue on the Weibo side of things. But yeah, I mean, Avast just on the pause point, 94.5%, a minute 44 remaining.
Overwatch.
Leave first to touch, and he gets the kill straight away on Chio as Fielder drops down a Kitsune Rush. It'll be a 4-man Kitsune Rush. Hanben still has a self-destruct.
11:59 PST.
On the way in with the Gravitic Flux. Marker also using his Kitsune Rush.
You know, the funny part too about this is that when we're taking a look here at this pause, you would think that maybe it was Chio that, you know, maybe Falcons caused the pause there because Chio goes down early. No, it's just Lee Subin's mic is apparently having an issue right now, and they make it so they get the first pick, and they're still likely winning this fight, like you said, breaking it down there. They get that last second contest, they get that pick early, and now they have the opportunity to win this fight post pause. And really, what a great anchor setup so far they've been having here with the Sigma for Sunzo, and just having Lee play the Vendetta, which is just a hero that, you know, as everyone that knows Lee, Lee is just a monster mechanically, and Vendetta is a hero currently where she can really just insta find a pick on just about anyone. As Lee come back in the fight, okay, but what's happened? Fielder has gotten 2 during this time. Now Fielder getting pressure down, Lee gonna get that turn as Maka, and maybe still Falcons a chance to cap this post pause.
Looking like it will be the cap indeed, as Shy just goes down too early. Shy away, unintended, from the overclock. 99% about when he actually died. So no opportunity for Shy to be able to maybe clutch that fight up. Sunzo as well, not finding too much on the Gravitic Flux. Will now switch over to D.Va for the subsequent B point. A lot more versatility in terms of the high ground, low ground for assaulting onto this bridge section. Don't want to just stay on the Sigma. Leaf's still holding onto his ultimate though, so plays available for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, it's just hard to find the right opportunity, right? You don't want to pop it too early, and you can just LOS run away entirely from Leave. Leave keeping it in the back pocket, still a very good ult also against aggression, just because you can ignore, you know, the armor, the barriers, pierce through that, and then he just does an incredible amount of damage. So Weibo playing the high ground now, a little bit of poke between both the Sojourn, as there's the engage, getting booped.
Just in the waters a little bit. The Shy has had enough of that one. Both players will overclock, but it's gonna be Sunzo just diving on deep. Fielder in the line of sight. And Leave looking to see who can chop down. Just going to be zoning people out with that Sundering Blade. Now looking for the opponent, Vendetta.
Oh,
on
damn.
the back of Checkmate, chopping him to pieces. The mech follows through as well. And Team Falcons are not going to have a successful fight.
Not even worrying about the stagger there, honestly, for Hompton, which I find a little interesting. They didn't even try to. They said, whatever. So get him out of here. Get this guy out of here. We're tired of him. So now Weibo holding the choke here yet again. And an great early pick there from Shy, who's just like we talked about, has been another player that just can take over the server here on Hitscan, in particular on Sojourn. Falcons looking here for the entry, checkmate. Holding on that Sundering Blade. Both supports off for both squads here as Leave. Just trying to pressure Hanbin off the point just a bit. Right now it's the cat and mouse game of, okay, do we hit a rail? Do we find someone here on the cross? Do Vendetta engage? Yep, there's going to be ult.
Well, charged up enough to actually get a kill. Maybe a missed there as well. Support ultimate's about to come online. Weibo waiting for that one, respecting the Sundering Blade from Checkmate. They'll give up the high ground. Halo now pushing through the underpass. Tempo beat from Chio. Lee Sumin responds. Marker throws in the extra Kitsune Rush. Field is still lacking in that department, giving Weibo Gamer the opportunity now with the double support ultimates to maybe win this one before it even begins. Bomb into the back line. No connection there unless it's going to be the remake, and Marker falls. Field now close to the Kitsune Rush. Mira goes down 4 versus 4, and Falcons are going to have an extra ultimate. You got to bet the Fielder is thinking about using this one. He's still lacking though. Leave is getting more kills. Shy falls as well. Hanbin's lost his neck, and Leave continues to completely slice his way through the Falcons team. He's collecting them all.
I mean, just a beautiful moment there from Leave, where despite losing Maka early to the remake, I mean, just Vendetta gets to the back line, finds those limbs, and you just do an incredible amount of burst damage here as this hero right now. And you have the ability to just chase anyone you want, right? It's almost Tracer levels of ability, if not greater, in terms of verticality. Be able to chase whoever you want. Now we're in a semi-last fight situation here, Avril. By the time they make it back, try to contest off the high ground here for Falcons. They are going to have the rush available.
They're going to do that, going to walk forward with their Shy, looking for overclock opportunity when the dust settles. Fielder rushing in with his team. Here comes Shy now, Leave as well. Sundering Blade connects, Shy connects as well.
Oh my god.
3 versus 3 remaining. Mirrored on 1 HP. He's low, he's on 89%. If he lives, he can respond to his own overclock. Falcons still looking for the cap. Still need to go for the touch here from both of these teams. Slight respawn advantage for Weibo Gaming. It's slowed down quite a lot here. Sunzo desperately needs a little bit of heal. Merritt finally will overclock in towards the back line of Weibo, but struggling to find a kill. Lee Sumin gets Merritt down. Big denial on top of the ultimate. Marker finds Fielder, and Weibo looking like they have won this fight now. Numbers heavily in the advantage of Weibo Gaming.
Checkmate though finds Shy, so they get a pick, but Checkmate likely gonna get cleaned up here though. But Hanbin with Maka means there's a bomb available. They have a chance to anchor the point here a little bit longer. There is a chance, but remember, Weibo Gaming still a bit of a spawn advantage. Hanbin gonna have to bomb. No one goes down to this. They should be fine.
No.
Yep, no one's gonna go down. The beat gonna be available.
Sunzo loses the next bomb though. Lee still gets killed the field, however, it's still 4 versus 4. I mean, Sunzo still hasn't died, so technically Baby Diva on the field, but Leave is just leaving nothing alive at the moment. He's completely shifted once again. Hyper carry Leave, hyper flex DPS on the side as well. And Team Falcons is nothing.
Oh my god.
Shuts down the Sundering Blade from Checkmate.
Damn.
Welcome to the OWCS for the Team Falcons. Checkmate might have been second place last year, but he's going to be second today in this particular attack.
And, you know, we talked about metas being potentially ideal for Falcons, but, you know, when you see Lee playing Vendetta like this and Shy gets to play Sojourn, an incredibly good situation here for Weibo, right? Because you see the playmaking ability for both these players, in particular Lee, who's just taking advantage of the damage, the mobility he has on Vendetta. And you just look at the scoreboard here for Lee. I mean, just absolutely disgusting at 22 limbs, topping the damage, just following up. And incredible, and also a really well played to Sunzo and Lee Sumin earlier in the fight as well, where they mitigated some of those early picks. They just played the spawn advantage, allowing them to get back and Leave to get into the fight along with Shy.
Yeah,
really good macro gameplay from Weibo too for that last fight to stretch it out.
The Vendetta target ban's coming. You best believe it. If Falcons get the opportunity to ban that Vendetta, it's coming. Checkmate not feeling this battle. And that was a bit of a concern even yesterday. I mean, look, Battle didn't really hold a candle to Falcons, but it looked like Checkmate was that keen on Vendetta compared to even Top Dragon. And today, the difference is shown. We've seen these sort of situations in these other games as well, where Vendetta is very good in the current meta, even despite the nerfs. And she copped another nerf, by the way, in the recent hotfix, which we are playing currently live in this game. Even then, Leave is having no trouble cleaning up Falcons, who this time around are going to put checkmate on one of his other specialties, the Mei. We haven't seen this so far in bootcamp. I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, checkmate does play an incredibly good Mei, and Mei has some utility to play through on the defensive side of A for Midtown, but largely, I'm not too sure that this is a great hero in the meta.
It's also really interesting when you look at the comp that Weibo's playing. Obviously, they don't know ahead of time what it's going to be, but like, who exactly are they looking to wall off here, right? Like, maybe they find one of the DPS picks because Maka, at least wins, they can all get out easily, even leave, honestly. I mean, everyone has mobility into this Mei pick. We don't really have a tank. We're looking to just pressure. We're hoping maybe we can just like set up an optimal split, maybe the back line here. The pressure from, I mean, Sunzu just into the back, checkmate down. Suzu gets used. Sunzu just chasing it down, knowing there's nothing for Fielder. And it's aggression from Weibo. It's perfect.
Sunzu using Gushui's name in game, channeling the spirit of Gushui into Weibo Gaming. Currently, there are some responses, but Leave says absolutely not.
Leave.
Take a
Oh
load of
my
this.
god.
It's 5 Doomfists on the other team and Vendetta from the cinematic, and guess what? Leave on Vendetta wins that every day of the week. Cap about to come on through, checkmate doing his best to fly on in, but just being body blocked hard, but final opportunity. He's going to stop over Diva himself. Shio going to speed them in on the Lucio. It's 1 versus 1 of the sidelines, but I think currently checkmate just stuck in a corner here. And Fielder's delivered himself into Leave as well.
Leave. Oh my god, leave.
I like the attempt. Unfortunately, just in the situation of that, we're like, okay, Fielder has to just beat Thomas Suzu, and now Fielder's got him lines, right?
Oh my god, leave.
It was just the easy pickings there for Weibo, and I mean, Admin, we gotta do something here.
Damn.
Sunzu, Gushui together into one vessel. Admin, we need. They're doing soul magic for Weibo.
2021 regular season MVP, Leave. One of my favorite things about Weibo Gaming versus Falcons is you can get up to 3 MVPs in one game. Someone, if he plays, he was a 2023 MVP, proper 2022 MVP, proper. Currently unknown what his status in Falcons is, might not even be on the team. Someone on the bench currently, which leaves Leave by himself as the sole MVP in this matchup, and he's proven it right now. This is an MVP level performance on the Vendetta.
Here holding the high ground mirror, looking for the lead, trying to go for the rail, but Weibo still very big advantage. Those early fight with Sunzu still just trying to get them off the high ground here, and there's the engage again, but checkmate goes into choke team again, gonna get found. I mean, checkmate just
leave.
That lack of confidence, that lack of experience here on the Vendetta compared to the team, that's discomfort.
Checkmate's getting checkmated every single move right now, and Leave can do nothing wrong. He's playing chess blind. Audio cues only. That's right, a game that has no sound. And Weibo Gaming, well, pushing towards the end. Falcons, they're not looking like they're putting up too much presence here. Shy's turn to put his mark on towards the game. Matrix is out to try and stop that damage. Merit having to pick aggressive angles. Leave.
Oh my god, Leave. Gila nih orang.
Off the map, but completely destroyed the overclock as well. And now Hanbin might just be next. Leave is still into play. He's all over the back line of Falcons.
Oh, he's dead.
Trying to hold the line a little bit longer.
Never mind, he's not dead.
Liu Suman caught out by checkmate, finally making his mark on the game. Finally, Weibo might be losing a fight here.
Fight still breaking
Kira
down.
mati.
Falcons looking like they're going to be cleaning up, but I mean, it was a very expensive fight. Very, very expensive fight there. Had to commit a lot. I mean, they are going to luckily hold on to the Sundering Blade, hold on to the bomb. So, but 3 minutes in the bank for Weibo means there's plenty of opportunity to bring this back. They have chances to just burn ults here out of Falcon. See a little bit of engage here on the choke. Trying to find maybe an early pick. For Weibo now, it's just how do we break this, right? How do we break this? And also, there's now the risk of a back tap as well. Obviously, Tracer not on the field, but you also have to be worried about, like, okay, do we have to turn if someone sneaks behind us, goes under this high ground? There's an extra layer of threat for Weibo.
A real ultimate to play through as well, so this one's just going to have to be a dry neutral. Weibo's having to be creative and find an opportunity, or maybe a shy headshot. Chio peeking his head slightly there. No defensive matrix just yet from Harbin until the end. Min also taking a bit of damage, but Harbin is getting clean. He is having to have his supports really dropping some utility to keep him alive at this point. Leave now pressuring the payload. You talk about the back cap, but now it's just front capping. The Falcons falling backwards a little bit. Weibo threatening this.
Back cap, just a front cap for a guy like Leave. That's how crazy he is. How crazy that guy is. Hanbin though, getting pressured. There's gonna be Sundering Blade as well. Just trying to prevent them from coming in off the aggression. A ton of damage here on the
didn't get anyone.
Out of that, gonna commit the bomb. A lot of damage on a checkmate too. Has to back up. Luckily hits the parry.
Support ultimately, zoom in first.
You go leave.
Behind here, waiting for players. And Shy is not very patient. He'll get checkmate down early on, but no more mech available.
Nice leave.
He's going to be the one to clean up. He starts the fight. He ends the fight.
Oh my god, leave.
He's going to do their best. Shio bring them beats.
My god.
It's not going to be
Orang jago
enough
banget.
there. Desperation, overclock, and it is desperate. He's trying to find anything. All he's going to find his Weibo
Damn.
in his face. And Weibo Gaming are now going to take us to a further map. 1-1 now, the scoreline, and an unbelievable performance coming through from the Vendetta. Hyper carry, hyper flex of Leave.
I mean, Leave absolutely. I mean, just Leave. The whole arena stunned as Leave Vendetta mogs. Absolutely spiking checkmate's cortisol there a bit on the Vendetta matchup. And I do think that this is a situation where you have to just look to Leave. Like, you can't let the Vendetta stay in the pool here potentially. Checkmate's not feeling insanely comfortable, right? You need to ban it potentially once. I mean, this is just ridiculous. I don't remember. Did they already ban it earlier in the series, though, Admiral? No, not
this
yet.
Is the first
so,
map this is the first map that's had bans, and
that's true. That's right. Yeah, there's no ban.
Excuse the vocabulary slopping happening on the broadcast here, but look, Unreal Sights is what we're seeing. I'm speaking in magician's terms. This guy's speaking in Gen Alpha terms. But between the two of us, we're describing in as many as few words as possible the incredible performance we're seeing, and this is what we want to see out of Leaf, because he has had some incredible performances in the past, and he's doing it out today live on stage. Let's see where we get taken to for map 3 after this break.
슈팅 포인트.
Seems like Weibo had a few tricks up their sleeve here as we have the sub in from Sunzo, but also a Vendetta in the back pocket of Leave. Now that we have gotten away, the required Season 1 heroes that you have to play on the very first map. Every map onwards from 2 to 5, except for the last one where Dominant is required. You can play whatever you want. And well, Vendetta seems to be the name of the game. And as I said to you earlier, Vast, before we went to break, I'm expecting a Falcons target ban on Vendetta.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is 100% in the cards. We know Vendetta is incredibly strong right now, especially when you're playing these backlines like Luther and Yuriko, where you can get just max value out of the mobility, being able to peel, take the off angles, and you see what the performance Lee was putting up there. I mean, it's not impossible, right? Like, maybe Falcons be like, oh, it's a warm-up map, maybe we try to get rid of something else first. But when you really think about it, like, I think they're fine matching, you know, Merit here onto just matching them in general. And I do think that this is just an opportunity for them to just remove the Vendetta and get a map win.
Esperanza.
Not a bad one for Symmetra. Symmetra can no longer be banned. If Checkmate wants to go in that direction, it's going to be available. Falcons choosing a map of Esperanza. And just looking over our previous map bans one more time to remind ourselves where we were. It was Symmetra and Zarya. So a Diva ban could be pretty interesting here. But I think both teams do actually want to play the Diva. It just comes down to what else do you want to have in the mix here. Oh, there's no Vendetta ban. It's going to be a Ram ban. I don't think Ram was going to get played here. That is so interesting.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe it could be a Protect, potentially, if they thought Weibo was going to ban something. But yeah, exactly. I don't know they would ban. I don't think Weibo would ban.
Hanbin and Sunzo want to play the same heroes. They have the same hero pool. This is not an asymmetrical ban. And you know what this is? The cast ban is a target against any potential Vendetta counters. Leave is going to Vendetta again. And one of the few ways we've seen some teams maybe try and slow that Vendetta down is playing the cast, use that flashbang, have some capability to just put a stop to Vendetta, some burst damage in her face, but none of that available. We could just be seeing a repeat of the last map. Falcons taking a bit of a gamble and a bit of a risk here, not banning away Vendetta when they have the opportunity to do so.
And additionally, I mean, it just removes a tool from Falcon's toolkit when Merit sometimes loves to play cast if they want to play, like, you know, obviously you typically are not going to play cast over like a Sojourn on a map like this, but it just have some options if they want to have potentially the rush capability. And I do think that's just something interesting to look at. That's another thing gone too, right? So Weibo definitely looking like they come ahead here in the bans as we get into the next map with Weibo currently looking real good.
And here it is, the Falcons comp Diva Symmetra. So possibly Ramatra ban to protect the Diva. I did sort of float the idea of a Diva ban, however, I also kind of said that, you know, I think Diva also is a hero that Sunzo wants to play here. The Diva Symmetra combo is something that was denied previously, the Symmetra being banned. It's available now. How much does Falcons think they can get away with playing this combination, and will it be enough to stop Leaves Vendetta?
See, I mean, usually Symmetra is going to be out, not just used for the TP trick. Sunzo mirroring on the Diva, like we were talking about there, perfectly happy to be on that mirror. And now it's just a question of can Leave get it done, because I feel like for Falcons here, they have two options, right? They can try to go first, try to set up the initial aggression, or they use Checkmate as the Symmetra just a way to peel for the Vendetta, get away from that Vendetta. But I mean, it's hard to, because Vendetta's just so mobile, right? You can chase him pretty quickly.
More for an engagement tilt onto the back
and the hard
line,
counters Vendetta, no?
The one that needs to be protected on the Weibo side. It's going to be TP from Checkmate into Hanbin, flying through, saving the boosters until he's exiting the teleporter, getting directly on top of Shine, deleting that hero from plate. Leave is just going to have to be a problem that Falcons has to find another solution for.
And they know TP used there. They have a little bit of a cooldown to be a bit aggressive, knowing they can't run at them just yet. Checkmate here, and have it back up available again. Going to the back line, pretty charged up here.
Oh,
gonna go down though.
And that's the rest. Checkmate wanted to go for an off-angle play. Off-angles himself to play through on the TP. Sun's
nice Boucher.
taking down Merit, despite Shy going down to Hanbin.
Oh nggak ada yang
And
udah
as
bukan
the dust
Gushe.
settles here, Leaf once
Baru ingat
again
gue.
pick up the pieces of what remains of Team Falcons. First, a bit of movement on the bot goes the way of, well, initially Falcons, but now Weibo.
It's still a very long, slow fight from both these squads. I mean, Weibo knows that with the Sim on board, especially a Sim the caliber of Checkmate, they have to be very careful of the aggression. They have to be watching the cooldowns here for TP. Falcons just looking for the right opportunity here to hopefully get max value out of this pressure, just get back line behind one of the DPS picks is Barrett dueling around the pillars here, around mid, as Weibo just trying to get the bot forward.
I mean, Weibo need a heal at this point as well because Sunzo Shy both quite low HP. Handing that healing over at Market and Lee Shumen. You both need it because Field is about to hit the Kitsune Rush timing that Market has not found just yet. Weibo trying to hold on to this one. Payload has gone in the favor of Falcons. Fielder in position now to ult forward. He will do so. Market responds. Finds his ultimate in time. Lee Shumen slightly further ahead in terms of his sound barrier. Harm has no such protection. Shy will get first blood in this fight. Shy now overclocking on top of his initial kill. Checkmate got a fall next.
Shy.
Far too low. Chio not even got a risk. Ajax.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Late into play. A couple of trades back, but it's just Merit now, and it won't be enough.
I mean, they gotta make sure Leaf doesn't go down here. They want to get a late pick. I mean, they gotta get rid of this guy. They gotta get rid of this guy.
Oh my god.
They gotta get rid of him. He's still in the corner. Finally, gonna go down. Has to use the Suzu, but I mean, Barrett's delayed the whole push, right? They can't really get. I'm sure the trades weren't gonna be easy to begin with. Now they can get any position whatsoever.
It's still 4 versus 4, but would have liked to have seen Market maybe continue to help Leave a little bit sooner. A little bit of disconnected play there.
Oh my god.
That is so unfortunate. Gio outplays and boops him up in the sky. And Weibo, it is shades of you from Champions Clash on the exact map as well. This was the map that shattered Weibo's hopes of beating Falcons all the way back at Champions Clash last year. Exact same situation. Different player, same position. No beat there for Weibo. And our Falcons get to walk into this one, 3 ults in hand, threatening the cat.
And this is where Checkmate's wall in particular, I mean, can be so strong here to just split off the damage currently. As Checkmate just playing it slow currently, looking for the option to Hammond. Gotta get D-back, gotta go down 2, the bomb gets used. So now they're down 1. Couldn't even get out of there with the TP. So Weibo getting to just fight their way on in. Play around, leave, just pressure them off these off angles, and that's a very good pick there for Weibo. Bring them back into the fight a bit, especially considering that they lost the beat earlier.
Yeah, that was much needed from Weibo. Didn't have to really expend any ults there as well. Pretty cheap turnaround. Harbin loses his self-destruct in the middle of all of it. Insult to injury. Of course, still close in terms of the meterage. Cap denied, most importantly.
Oh my god.
Crash. Okay, that's an Untitled Chapter. I don't know what we're gonna see here. Might need a hot fix. So, just for clarity, I don't know exactly. We'll have to wait to get an admin ruling on exactly what we're going to end up doing here. Make sure, by the way, to send that crash report. The send to Blizzard checkbox was checked at the end there. But all jokes aside, 50.77 meters for Falcons, 20.26 for Weibo Gaming. If possible, I think we're going to try and restore it to that. But
itu Overwatch siapa yang semuanya?
Your guess is as good as mine as to what happens from here, Evan.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because there's been, obviously some of this, we're hopping around server-wise, the maintenance goes out. So there's a bit of just like a technical juggle currently. So I imagine it's making it slightly more complicated at times, or it could just be a run-of-the-mill crash. Perhaps I'm just catastrophizing for no reason, Avril, which is, you never really know. But I mean, overall, I think the most important thing to think about as you go into there is just like, where does the game state come back to? Which we were talking about a little bit earlier. Is like that's really going to be the determining factor a bit of like what happens. Like where can you bring it back? Yeah, there's ultimates on board.
Checkmate just used Photon Barrier. Merit has ult. Leave and Sunzo have ult. Marcus at 89. So there's a lot of things at play here. We are early enough in the game that I wonder if both teams would maybe.
Oh my god! No way, man.
Play of the map and
no
just say,
way.
Look, it's 50 to 20 meters. Technically, that would be a bit of an L for Falcons because they're in the lead, but they're not so far in the lead that it's like brutal. I don't know. I'm spitballing here a little bit.
Itu semuanya nggak sih?
It's
like
all we can do is
everyone
hypothesize. It's all we can do is postulate.
Everyone crashed.
Something peculiar, as you say. Something peculiar has happened, as you were remarking earlier in the day. And I do think that's just one of the situations where, like you said, luckily at least it isn't too deep into the game to where it throws off potentially everything. And I think it's a relatively even situation, especially post Ajax and then the fight win from Weibo. Just one of those problems that happens sometimes where you just gotta figure it out.
Well, we'll take a break and figure it out. We'll see after this.
Back in blank. We're not coming back, guys.
The worst, or I will.
What the fuck happened?
Feeling better yet?
Wait.
We'll show them a trick or two. Kitsune got you. Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings. Come closer. I won't bite.
Ini mereka komunikasinya gimana coba?
Prove your skill.
How do they communicate? English?
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit. Nice try.
End it up.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. All right.
Overwatch servers masih down nggak sih, Tim? Udah balik lagi.
The world has changed.
Belum ya?
A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
There's no timer, man. We're not coming back.
Time to show them what we're made of.
We ain't coming back.
Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
will be ours.
Whatever it takes. How long till we're back, man?
Blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes! Come on. Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are.
Hey, come on.
Brighter than a shooting star.
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh.
Frogger lagi ngapain Frogger?
Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings. Come closer. I won't bite.
Well, let's see how long the wait is as well. Because if we're still doing Esperanza, or you know, we might
in the 1000 bits. Prove yourself. Like 22 hours for the next set of drops. Yes. But you can still get these ones and also like the regular.
Please now?
I've been
Oh
walking
my
this whole time.
crap, your exercise maxing. You wanna cut right now?
I might set up a headset mic tomorrow. I can't be buttered right now.
Don't refund. I didn't even predict. Unless someone wants to drop 250,000 on the restart, then I won't restart.
250,000 on Falcons, by the way.
If sim can be playable, no refund, or else it's refund. Okay, I guess that makes sense. We'll see what they say. If sim
What's
is banned, then
happening?
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat? I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived.
I have landed among the stars.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
will be ours.
Hey, can we get back to the game? Meow.
Blazing a path. I am the inferno.
What's up? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Bentar ya.
Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes! Come on. Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's your pretty kitty? You are. Brighter than a shooting star.
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh. Feeling better yet?
We'll show them a trick or two.
Demi apa belum balik juga?
Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings. Come closer. I want
Terus Overwatch lagi maintenance. Kita ngapain?
I'm feeling it.
What we doing?
Prove your skill.
RQ comp because RQ is going to be comfortable playing against
Udah
T1's
kita
comp.
pindah
That is
cabang
a position
aja.
we've played before and we played it to pretty good success. So the comfortability is there. It's going to be how T1 deals with that double drone from RQ that is starting on the defense side.
Well, we know all of the pieces are in place. We know all of the players are ready. It's going to boil down to how they're feeling right in this moment because this
Yo. Come on. At least tell us what's happening.
Say, oh yeah, Aspen when she doesn't get the best card in the entire set. Ah man. I got Ash's little red skin. I'm so happy. You got that out of what? A loot box? There we go. Look at that. Okay, Dragapult EX. I mean, I like these EXs. You know what I'm saying? But seriously, for me, this is the max win. This is probably the best card that I've gotten so far. Because otherwise, I feel like it would have been kind of hard.
Let's fight fire with fire.
Nailed it. Like, and you know, obviously there's been some, you know, some misses here and there, but like, they spent a year improving the quality of life of the game. They spent this year, you know, they spent going into this year to give you a bunch of heroes and content. So,
over.
Time to show them what we're made of.
Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Victory will be ours.
Oh, come on, bro. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it! Oh!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes! Come on! Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's your pretty kitty? You are. Brighter than a shooting star.
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh. Feeling better yet?
We'll show them a trick or two. Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings! Come closer. I won't bite.
I'm feeling it.
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove.
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at
My god. Oh, 1 minute.
F it up.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
1 minute. 1 minute.
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
Well, thank you for sticking with us, guys, through some technical difficulties on our second day here, of course. You know, hot fixes, server maintenance, and all the rest. But we've resolved the issue, and what's going to be happening now is we will be replaying Esperanza, restarting that map entirely, but under a couple of different new parameters. Symmetra will be disabled for play until further notice. I think it was, in fact, a Photon Barrier ultimate that caused a game crash, so no Symmetra, which is a little unfortunate for Falcons in particular.
Anjir, damn.
And restarting the map of Vast, both teams will be allowed to ban again.
Yes, so it's pretty much everything's
Proton
reset, just no sim,
barrier
and then
causes
we're doing
the
it
game
all
to
over again,
crash.
just knowing that there's no Symmetra, which obviously, like you said, a little unfortunate for Falcons, which is a team that does really rely at times on that hero, but obviously they have
Twisted
plenty of other
Mind's
tools
currently
in the bank.
rearranging their game plans as we speak as well. So
yeah, it's a little bit of a hit depending on like if they can fix it as
Proton
well,
barrier
like,
causes the game
But
to
I
crash.
do think that it's unlikely, obviously, that we're probably going to see sim based off that. So, but at least everyone gets a reset from the beginning. We get a fresh, clean slate. We weren't too deep into the map like we were talking about. But yeah, Symmetra probably not going to be being seen, I think, for at least potentially the rest of the day, but we'll obviously unknown. That might be changed. So now we're just waiting to get reset and start back up here in the map for Esperanza.
Yeah, and honestly, it was a close enough game. I mean, I feel bad for Falcons in the sense that Symmetra is causing issues, but on the other sense of, was either team disgustingly ahead and it's a really massive L for a team? Not really. You got like, if I look back, it was like 50 meters to 20-something meters with Weibo currently pushing. Weibo looking to maybe equalize on that meterage, right? Both teams have ultimates to play through. Both teams in a pretty even spot. So I don't think either team was massively ahead. We haven't even played 5 minutes of the map either. So I think restarting seems pretty fair, and props to the teams for being willing to do a restart. Although to be fair, you kind of have to because you can't play sim anymore. So what are you supposed to do, right? So yeah, we're gonna get a fresh restart. Lee Sumin's gonna appreciate that because he'll want to forget about the Ajax.
Yeah, I mean, he'll hopefully be looking to put that one behind them. But, just a little celebratory, a little Ajax just to sprinkle a bit of seasoning on the map before you started anew. It's almost like you burn the crops down to get a fresh harvest. You're just starting over for the next cycle there a little bit with Lisa Min just dropping the beat there, losing the Ajax. And it is still just waiting for them to get back into the game here as we're in for the reset. But, I mean, I think overall, if we do an overview of the map while we wait to get over the series so far, Admiral, it's a pretty interesting series when Weibo looks so strong, particularly with the Vendetta in the pocket of leave here, which is putting Falcons a bit onto the back foot, which is what, they shifted a bit maybe to the sim for Esperanza. Yeah, now very bannable because now they don't have to worry about, trying to build around a sim potentially, or even banning a sim. I guess more so that would be on the side of Weibo, honestly. So if anything, they might ban a DPS still just to protect the Vendetta potentially, but I think it's not going to be them initial ban, right? Because they won the previous map. So yeah, it's just going to be them reflexively banning for the secondary ban. So it's very interesting though that how good Weibo is with Vendetta and utilizing that, and I think it's putting Falcons on the back foot a little bit with how good Leave is at it.
Yeah, I think this is the opportunity for Falcons to maybe correct that sort of ban situation. Obviously, like looking back, it makes a lot more sense that they would want to protect the Diva to enable the Diva Sim comp. Sim has already been banned, so in sort of a way, it feels like somewhat of a wasted ban with the current 2020 hindsight knowledge of the fact that Sim wouldn't have been played. Anyway, if Sim was playing the last map, probably would have caused a crash on Midtown instead of this map. So, I mean, that ban is gone. We're not going to revisit that map at all. So it allows Falcons to maybe reapproach the situation, think about, okay, we're not going to play Sim this time around. Diva's still online. We can still think about, whether this is a good map or where we bring back the Jetpack Cat again, because this was another map where we have seen a little bit of that. Crazy Racoon showed what was possible there, dragging the Ash Bob around the map with Lip wanting to play that Ash. I think Merit probably more likely still wants to stay on the Soj, as does Shy. So I think the DPS outside of Vendetta are probably fine. Vendetta gone probably means we're looking over towards Tracer versus Tracer. Obviously, really good Tracer as well. Leave currently just looking like a dominant Vendetta, but his Tracer's top tier as well. And there's no Proper on the other side. There's no Stalker on the other side. Checkmate, look, he's a good Tracer, but I personally have never put him into the elite tier of Tracers alongside the guys I've named, so that could be an interesting matchup. Beyond that, we haven't banned... I'm trying to think back at the Midtown bans. Midtown was Symmetra and... Was it a tank? If you can remember? I'm trying to remember what's available.
Didn't they ban Zarya so they could play Diva? Wasn't it a Zarya ban or something like that? I might be misremembering because I don't think it was.
Yeah,
a
Zarya Sim. Okay, so Zarya Sim. So Zarya is out of the picture for. I believe Falcons were the ones that actually banned the Zarya away. Yeah, that's correct because Symmetra was banned obviously by the side of Weibo. So Zarya now available. But I still think this is a Diva favor, man. I do personally believe that both teams wanted to play Diva here anyway. So I'd be surprised if we really want to ban away D.Va and turn this into a Zarya matchup.
Nah, it's pretty unlikely, especially with how vertical the map is. But and if both teams are also comfortable playing it, of course, which we know Falcons is, and what we've seen of Sunzo so far, he is also very comfortable. Though obviously you talked about how Zarya is, potentially a favorite for them, but definitely looks very solid on it across the board. So, I mean, really, it's just a complete reset for these teams here, seeing what they've got in the tank so far after the learnings and knowing that there's no sim. And it's definitely a very even matchup, perhaps even more of an even matchup than we thought going into the series, where, we knew, we dropped the line, we know Weibo has talent, but legitimately with the addition of some of these new players on the team, they are looking really good, especially with some of these pocket picks that maybe Falcons aren't as comfortable on. So I do think this is a big change for them. Honestly, there's hopium. There's legitimate hopium for Weibo and their fans moving forward here, even despite, potentially we have this big pause, break up the momentum a bit.
Yeah, and I think looking at the situation as well, we'll give Lee Sumin a pass on the Ajax, given how good he was in the Mizuki at the start of this series. I mean, he's obviously been a playmaker as well, so now that we can sort of put that into the past. If he does it again, to be fair, Chio kind of knocked him to the air also. That was also credited to Chio. I still think Chio is probably front runner for play of the match for Falcons if they win. Leave looking like front runner for the side of Weibo, obviously for his disgusting performance so far. But you can only ban Vendetta once, and then Vendetta's back. So Falcons, they might ban Vendetta. Maybe they even win Esperanza off the back of that one. Guess what? Then Weibo gets map choice for map number 4. Vendetta comes back. Go to map 5. Classic Weibo versus Falcons map 5. Anything can happen.
Yeah, it is a tough spot too, because Vendetta is even when it comes to map selection, Vendetta is an extremely mobile hero. She has a lot of ability to navigate on the map, so there's not a ton of maps where she's necessarily going to be really, really bad. And on top of that, then you look to okay, well, what if we can navigate rest of the DPS spans? It's Merit and Shy, pretty similar hero pools, all things considered. So you can't really target them either. So then it's just kind of a question for Falcons, how do they even navigate from there, right? Where's the options?
Yeah, I think Flashpoint is amazing for Vendetta. Any other Flashpoints. Where Falcons want to go strategically, if they ever get a map choice, probably after this, obviously, probably go to Shambali, because it's not a great Vendetta map compared to the other escorts. Quite choky, not a lot of flanks. Very all-in style. Although, I mean, at the same time,
it's
you can make some arguments for Midtown.
You
can make some arguments for Midtown, and Leave already carved them up on Midtown. But there are better Vendetta maps. Gibraltar, a much better Vendetta map. When you think about the verticality of that map, it is probably, if I'm looking at Weibo, more likely where they would want to land if they get to choose again. But all talking aside, we're still sorting out players getting into the game and other issues potentially. So we're going to take another short break. Thanks for staying with us. We'll see you on the other side.
This is a fight we cannot lose. The war is here. Let's fight fire with fire.
When we playing again.
Who wants to feel the heat? I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of.
Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference. The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Victory will be ours.
Yo, back to the game. Can we get back to the game?
Blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes! Come on. Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are.
Yo, where we playing, man? I'm gonna lay in bed until we get back to the games, man. Fuck this shit.
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh. Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two. Let the kitsune guide you. Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings. Come closer. I won't bite.
I'm feeling it.
Prove your skill.
I'm in the mood.
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit. Next try.
F it up.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
Yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of.
Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
difference. The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
will be ours.
Blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on.
Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are. Brighter than a shooting star.
Do your worst, or I will.
Hello. Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two. Kitsune got you. Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings. Come closer. I won't bite.
Boom! I'm feeling it.
Oh,
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove.
be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
That will annoy it. Nice try.
F it up.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Ah,
Yes. Yeah. All right.
the world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
will be ours.
blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it! Oh!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on.
Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are. Brighter than a shooting star!
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh! Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two. Let the kitsune guide you! Supernova ready! Greetings, Earthlings! Come closer. I won't bite.
Boom! I'm feeling it!
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove!
Be uplifted!
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit! Next try!
F it up!
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh, yeah!
A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat? I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Damn bro, we're not back yet.
Time to show them what we're made of.
Gue udah rebahan 5 menit, 10 menit.
Can't live without me.
We're not back yet.
I'm getting into this.
Actually,
What?
Oh my god, please.
Yeah, I should have got that one earlier.
Everywhere. Your divine support has arrived.
Gue kira tadi mereka udah balik mau mulai lagi. Fuck man. Please. Can we start please?
Whatever it takes. Victory.
Whatever it takes. Please.
Blazing a path. I am the inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on.
Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are.
We're still not back yet. Oh my god. I'm gonna go crazy. Come on. Wait, are the servers back?
I'm just pulling your tail.
Are the servers back?
Yep. Coffee sounds good right now? True. Hello from France. It's 10:34 a.m. and you are not sleeping. Hello. Yeah, early day again today. Early day again today. Same thing for tomorrow, and then after that, I'll probably take Monday off, and then we'll be back kind of to normal schedule on Tuesday.
Victory is at hand.
Come on.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh,
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat? I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of.
Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars.
I'm gonna go crazy. Come on. Come on, can we get the games going, please?
Will be ours.
I need this, please. Oh. Who wants a god girlfriend? I'm free.
I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Bro, if this get to like 5 PM and it's not, then I'm fucking ending stream.
Can someone heal me?
Bro.
Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Just wanna watch some gameplay. Oh shit! I'm sorry, guys. My bad. Hold on.
Such a bull.
Too easy.
Hold on. I'm trying to fix it.
Pretty kitty, you are.
Okay. Okay. Back. We're back. We're back. Come on. Come on. Fucking hell.
Brighter than a shooting
2019. It makes sense. Okay, I was like 18 then. Boom! Dodge the MP. What was wrong with you? I was like 18, bro. Like, I would just dominate lobbies like left, right, and center. Look at this Widow, just not even knowing what they're doing. Boom! Oh, that's Yuki. I know that guy. I follow that guy on Instagram. Did even just save my freaking arm and getting grouped on the map? Boom! Crazy boom. What's the split? Wait, what's this? Oh my god! F it up!
Magnifique. How do I look? Oh,
Yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat? I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Damn, almost an hour.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
will be ours.
blazing a path. I am the Inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it! Oh!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes!
Come on.
Feeling warm yet?
Lama. What's taking so long, man? What's taking so long?
Brighter than a shooting star.
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh. Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two. Got you. Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings. Come closer. I won't bite.
I'm feeling it.
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove.
Oh wait, no, this is actually a home run. Dude. Got him.
Good job, team.
Oh my god, please.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Please.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made.
Did you sleep at all? No. Thought I'd be like done by now, or like close to it. But Tree looks like he threw his wig into.
Huh?
And when you got bubble again, and I'm gonna make a play, okay?
Let's see that again.
Next fight. Well, last fight, honestly.
Okay, you're running around the corner. You might have shot her.
Got something to kill.
Oh, he's gonna run?
We might have it late. Maybe we go early.
It's a big problem. So we went to a big pause to figure out what to do, and it feels like the current plan, which might change with the live server back, but for now, the plan is to replay Esperanza, redo the bans, Sim will be disabled for the rest of the tournament. So that was the last plan. And then we will just carry on from there. But obviously the live game is back now, so we don't know if that will change or if there'll be a further update. But yeah, we're just waiting to see what happens next and get more information. Boost for likes. We've made it over 100. YouTube storming. Am I a Forest fan? Not a Forest. Nottingham Forest is my second team. I was born and raised supporting Man United, so they are the one deepest and closest to my heart. But I've lived in Nottingham. I went to Nottingham Trent University, so I moved to Nottingham when I was 18. And I've lived here ever since. So Forest have really become my second team. I actually live close enough to the stadium that when the game is on, if my windows are open or if it's warm enough for that, I can actually hear. I can hear the crowd, which is really fun, actually. W-Docs.
You can't break free. Where are you going?
I'm gonna go. Okay, 10 more minutes. If we're not back by 10 more minutes, I'm gone. I'm gonna go fucking sleep.
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it! Oh.
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes. Come on. Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are. Brighter than a shooting star.
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh! Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two. Let the kitsune guide you. Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings. Come closer. I won't bite.
I'm feeling it.
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove.
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
Now we're in orbit. Next try.
F it up.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Ah,
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat? I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours. Resistance is pointless. Talon is everywhere.
Your divine support has arrived. I have landed among the stars. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Victory
will be ours.
break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes! Come on. Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's a pretty kitty? You are. Brighter than a shooting star.
Do your worst, or I will.
Oh. Feeling better yet? We'll show them a trick or two. Let the kitsune guide you. Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings. Come closer. I won't bite.
Boom! I'm feeling it.
Prove your skill.
I'm in the groove.
Be uplifted.
Incredibile.
Victory is at hand.
That will annoy it. Nice try.
F it up.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat? I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
The choice is yours.
Okay, I'm done. I'm ending stream. Bye bye. How long has it been, man?
Wait, where are we? Oh, Transformers.
I wanna watch, but I'm giving them 5 more minutes. Come on.
Blazing a path. I am the inferno.
Sup? You can't break free. Where are you going?
Domina has arrived.
Got you covered. Good shot, right?
Enemies coming in hot. Can someone heal me? Damn it!
Disgraceful.
Rise from the ashes! Come on! Feeling warm yet? Such a bull.
Too easy.
Who's your pretty kitty?
Fucking awkward, isn't it?
We make 0 bucks! 0! They went to Korea! They went to Korea!
If he's where is he? Where?
What?
What's happening? What is happening? It's been more than an hour. I did nothing on stream for an hour.
Feeling better yet?
Alright, I'm ending it. Bye bye.
We'll show them a trick or two. Supernova ready. Greetings, Earthlings.
Sumpah kalau gue end stream terus tiba-tiba balik. I end stream and we start again. I'm gonna go mad. Okay, 2 more minutes. Giving them 3 more minutes.
Magnifique.
How do I look? Ah,
Alright.
The world has changed. A new enemy has risen.
The power of Talon, now under my control.
This is a fight we cannot lose.
The war is here.
Let's fight fire with fire. My training is over. Who wants to feel the heat?
I do enjoy a hostile takeover.
Time to show them what we're made of. Can't live without me? I'm getting into this.
Anyone can make a difference.
Alright, bye bye. I'll be live tomorrow again, watching the finals. Fuck you, Overwatch.